welcome everybody to the Netherkast. I am Cyborg, and I'm joined, as always, by Temp, Razor, and Shad. And the Netherkast, if you're not familiar with what we do, is a Mortal Kombat podcast that we've been doing for over 8 years now, since the lead up to Mortal Kombat X. We also have a Discord community. Make sure to check that out in the description if you want to be talking Mortal Kombat with all of us, as well as plenty of community members. So come check that out. As well as, if you are liking what you hear during this episode, make sure you like the video and subscribe. We'd love to have you join us for all the content that we're going to be putting out. That being said, this is part 4 of an ongoing series where we rank every single Mortal Kombat character, at least all the playable ones, and a couple extras throughout the series. And this is part 4 of it. So if you haven't checked out parts 1, 2, and 3, make sure you check those out before getting spoiled on the rankings. That being said, we are going to pick up where we left off, and that is with Scorpion. I don't remember who went last, but Razor, if you want to start off with Scorpion, go ahead.
Yeah, so Scorpion is an obvious S tier. I'm pretty sure I said that at the end of the last episode. I do want to, I don't have a lot to say about it because it's kind of obvious. But I do kind of want to just point out that, so we do pre-record these. I mean, we put them up and have, live reactions when we put them up on YouTube.
Yeah, we premiere them,
Yeah. You'll be watching this on a Wednesday, and we're recording this Tuesday night.
Yep.
But I know Cyborg is in the live chats with the rest of the people reacting. I don't, type anything in the chat, but I check in every once in a while the episode is going on. I just look in a little bit here and there. Usually I'm doing something else, playing a video game. Don't really my attention is too divided to spend the whole time.
Right.
But I see a lot of reactions of stuff like, oh, this character is a classic, it's somebody from MK1 or 2, that's automatic S tier. How, if they're iconic, how can you not put them in S tier? And I disagree with that on a fundamental level. If you've, actually been listening to the reasons we give, we deep dive into this. We analyze each character and whether or not they're actually good and not just, long-lived.
Yeah, so, I think that's a good point to clarify.
Yeah, to me, if I've thought Raiden sucks for years, then him being around for years isn't a reason to give him an S.
Yeah, you're not just rated highly off seniority or years invested, that's for sure. In fact, the more time, I mean, you get some sort of leeway, because, I mean, if you've been in 9 games and 3 of them sucked, you get some leeway because you had the great stuff, rather than a character that's just shown up once and maybe was done very poorly. But yeah, it's not an automatic, S tier or even A tier just because you've been around for so long. That would kind of defeat the purpose. Then we might as well just rank people based on how long they've been in the series.
Yeah. The rank should be
an S. Who knew?
The ranks should be MK1, MK2, MK3. That would be boring.
Because in a lot of ways, I mean, it does actually line up a lot. The most used characters are Mortal Kombat 1, then the second, almost as much as Mortal Kombat 1 characters have been Mortal Kombat 2, and then Mortal Kombat 3, and then Mortal Kombat 4, and then Deadly, so on and so forth. The only outliers are the ones that were, introduced in MKX. Obviously, they got brought back right away because they've tried to use them more and kept the storyline going. But yeah, I mean, if you look back through history, the later you were introduced in the series, for the most part, meant you were going to get used less. So it's an unfair comparison.
But specifically, if Scorpion stayed the same as he is in MK1, the way every movie and every cartoon, or not every cartoon, but Defenders certainly, and the Conquest TV show, most of the things he's been in, he always acts like MK1 Scorpion. He always just wants revenge against Sub-Zero. If he was always like that in the games, that's a C character, a B at best. The reason Scorpion gets to be S and Raiden doesn't is because Scorpion has gone through a lot of really interesting stories where his character has changed and developed. Immediately from MK2, John Tobias wanted this guy to be different. He had already gotten his revenge against Sub-Zero, so now he was learning, oh, this other Sub-Zero is a different guy, and I don't have a grudge against him.
Right.
And I kind of feel guilty about killing his brother now. So maybe I will like atone. Maybe, I should think about the fact that I went to hell when I died and try to change my ways and do good stuff now. And that's like my favorite thing about Scorpion is, and it's like as much as I don't like the NRS era games, one of the things I really do like about X and 11 is that they've made Hanzo and Kuai Liang like a team up, that they're friends and they'll fight side by side. Those are some of my favorite parts of those games.
I want to add something on to just this kind of clarifying for people, because we've gotten, this has probably been our hottest episodes in regards to responses that people feel very passionately about the things we're talking about and how we rate these characters. I want to point out that first of all, the rankings can mean different things for different people. First of all, that's kind of clear, but like let's just be absolutely 100% clear that C is still like okay, B is good, A is great, S is amazing. So when you're saying how could they possibly be B and not A, or C and not B, so on and so forth, or treating
Yeah,
C like it's a bad score,
a
it's
C is still a 7 out of 10.
It's a
yeah.
passing grade, just not a very great one.
Yeah, it's like it's not bad, it's not good, it's there, and it's okay, and there's room for improvement in a lot of cases. But by no means is it this isn't we don't do things by the video game ranking or ratings that a lot of people like review scores. Like if it's not a 9 out of 10, it's trash basically. If it's an 8 out of 10, oh, that's horrible. Like basically how things have gone over the years. Temp especially is very he kind of, if you're familiar with how he's graded things over the years, anytime we've done anything like this, a 6 out of 10 from Temp is like, that's decent. That's like he doesn't just hand out 9s and easily. 6 is still, he treats it truly as 5 out of 10 is like middle of the road. And
people did not like going to movies with me back in high school and college just because I'm such an asshole. And I still am.
But yeah, so, and then one other point of clarification that I just want to make sure everybody understands is this is our opinions. These are literally our ratings. We're not insinuating that you must agree and that we're writing the Bible on what is factual about these. This, all we can do at the end of the day is give you what we feel about these characters, where we put them, and then we average them out between the four of us, and that's where they ultimately lie. So if you feel like, man, how could they not beat us? Look, we're not making the games here. So our ratings of these characters are not in any way affecting their, whether they make it into the roster or anything like that. So like at the end of the day, it's just like you and three of your friends get together and rate them. It's just for fun. Like, it's fun to listen to the discussions and all that, but I hope nobody's taking it so seriously that you're offended if we don't put the character in a specific spot that you feel they should be.
We're just dudes like the rest of you. We're just ordinary people. Take our opinions for what they're worth. I've been known to huff like gas fumes from a bag. Take that into account when I discuss the characters that I enjoy. Just saying.
I do want to bring up something you said on the Discord. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Last round, when we were discussing Serena, and I kept on like getting squinty eyes over the fact that like Razor put her in S, and she was so, according to my opinion, so inordinately high placed comparison to other characters. I said something to the effect of, apparently, I placed her on the same level as male chameleon. I had meant to say female chameleon, because that's what I think that those two characters have in common, Serena and Chameleon.
Sure.
They just kind of show up every now and then, once every like decade or something. They do a little dance, then they just disappear. I want to like Serena a lot more than I do, and I actually do like her a great deal. She's actually on my B list, for my own tier list, as we'll see later on. But yeah, I did not mean to say male chameleon, because a male chameleon is a sketch of a character. I don't know. Maybe I was thinking about dudes.
Yeah, see, my reaction was very strong to that because you said male chameleon. I would still disagree if you had said female chameleon, because I don't personally give a fuck about Zaterans at all. But that's just me. But male chameleon and female chameleon are worlds apart from each other.
In to Shad's defense, on our combined where they landed, female and male chameleon just happened to be on the same tiers, so maybe that threw him off a little bit too. So,
Maybe.
but regardless, yeah, that's a good
Perhaps
clarification as well.
I was just maybe thinking of males. I don't know.
And
I-
then
I-
one other thing before we get back to like the actual explanations of ratings and all that stuff, getting back to the show itself. But one other thing is at the end of this episode, hopefully, if we have the time, we plan to organize the tiers based on a little bit more like in order of what we actually would rate them within the tiers. So that way it might make a little bit more sense. So that way if you're one to say how is it possible, I'm just gonna throw out two random examples, but Cassie Cage and Onaga are on the same, tier. They're both Bs. It's like ultimately you can be a B minus, you can be a B, you can be a B plus. We'll adjust all of that before everything is said and done. So don't worry about like, oh, they're on the same line, so therefore they must be thought of as the same. That's not exactly how this works. So we'll adjust that when we get to that. But anyways, Scorpion.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point that like Scorpion being in the company logo doesn't mean he's an automatic S to me. I don't give a fuck about that. Scorpion gets an S and Raiden doesn't because Scorpion is very interesting and Raiden is very boring. The end. So that's my that's the point I wanted to make.
Sure.
Whoever's next can go.
Shed?
I mean, we sit here talking about how maybe some characters don't deserve S's because of, all this legacy stuff they may or may not have. Scorpion is actually an easy S for me. He's been through so many interesting things. I think actually primarily during the NRS period of Mortal Kombat's history. Got a hell of a lot of character growth in the original series. Became a champion. He's always had like a really interesting move set, great costumes, of only a few not so great, I'd say, in the course of things. Excellent fatalities, solid character all the way around. Is the mascot for the series. Always fun, always interesting. I did not mind when they brought him back as like a living Hanzo. That was interesting to me. They keep finding ways to justify him sticking around and not getting stale. I don't think I really need to say much of anything else. Like, Scorpion deserves the S. It was Temp who I believe had a little something extra to say on that front. Because last time I was like, let's just put him in S and call it a day for the sake of brevity. Because we have a lot to say about a lot of these people.
Right.
And then Temp's like, well, actually...
All right, Temp. Well, what do you actually have to say about Scorpion?
Sup? So
How's it
I was
going?
actually surprised. I did not think y'all all had him an S. I'll be honest with you. He's an A bleh. He's an A tier for me. I like Scorpion a lot. I really like the MK2 stuff, especially. I think that was all very strong. I think he's one of the story highlights of MK2, and he's had a lot of great moments throughout the series. So why not S? Well, here's the thing. So there's a couple of characters in my S who you could make a very strong argument that, hey, I think Scorpion might be better than that character. I wouldn't agree with you, but let's take like Noob Saibot. I think you could make a case Scorpion is a better character than Bihan. And I'm like, all right, that's fair. But the reason he's not an S is because later on, I am going to add another character who I won't reveal yet to my S tier. And if you're going to tell me that character, if you're going to tell me Scorpion is as deep and as well written and as well designed as that character, my response is no, he is not. And I'm sorry. But that character, Scorpion, is not on the same level as that character. And that's not a bad most character, almost none of the characters in the series are on the same level as that character. And that's fine. A is a great score. If you made it to A tier, you did a lot of things right. All my tiers are fairly well defined except for C tier. C tier, they're all sort of like the unique batch. Half the characters in my C tier are there because they didn't quite make the grade. The other half are great characters who are currently in cringe jail. All right. So right now, I love Scorpion. He's a great character. You have to do a lot of things right to be an A tier. But considering one of my future characters in S, I do not think they're on the same level. And I don't think they're ever going to be. And again, that's okay. But for now, I put Scorpion in A tier.
Alrighty. And yeah, one other like point of just an FYI for people. I do hope that once we're done with this list and everything's solidified, that after 12 comes out, that I would love to revisit this specific list and then make any adjustments for characters that might go up or down based on the latest game. So, but that's future speak. But that being said, I put Scorpion at an S. So yeah, definitely stays at an S. Even if I went A, it'd still probably go bump up to an S. But yeah, to me, he's had some great designs, some great moments, some great gameplay, and while he's not perfect, he's definitely lacked in some character growth at times and repeating that same tired feud with Sub-Zero. Even when he grew beyond that, sometimes he'd get roped back into that. And that's the unfortunate parts about reboots and stuff is you got to kind of, no matter what growth you had, you got to go right back to what you finally got out of, unfortunately. But yeah, and the only other thing that I could say is slight knock against him is just pure overexposure. It's not really his fault, but also it's kind of like he is the golden child of NRS and is always like, the Hulk Hogan or John Cena. He's always made to look strong for the most part. Even in the marketing, people started joking about how Sub-Zero would always die, but Scorpion would always kill him and stuff. So I don't know, but that's not, none of those are just like minor little nitpicks. Nothing to me that would take him out of the S tier. He's one of the best characters. That being said, let's snake back around to Sektor. God, there's certain characters.
Well, actually,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to make a quick correction, so I forgot to do this earlier. I was going to move Liu Kang to A, so I believe that elevates him to S, correct?
Oh, God. oh, God. Yeah, I mean, if you're wanting to make that thing like I did with Goro, we can do that, because I think that would be 2 A's and 2 S's. All right.
Yeah, originally I had him in B, but what's that?
I'm very much in favor of this. Him being down in A with like Johnny and Katana up in S doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah, who is better than Johnny?
Yeah, I was about to say I'm still partial to Johnny, but I originally had Liu Kang in B, but after some very intense cyberbullying, I have changed my mind and I decided he should be in A.
Well, if there's any good reason to change your opinion, it's peer pressure and cyberbullying.
Stick to your concerns. Unless your gun's stuck to your head.
So do you really want to move them up, though? Like,
yes, yeah.
Don't let it people's comments change it.
I will.
The Liu Kang Defense Force took my lunch money. I have to move it.
So we're officially going up to S.
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. That's your call. It's your ranking.
Are you safe right now? Is there someone in the room with
yeah,
you?
do it.
You See, can't the funny tell, thing, but every time y'all talk, my hands are in front of my face.
Do you need an adult?
I have too many adults.
I guess the list isn't over till it's over. So hopefully nobody's been like silently creating plans to go after Temp this entire time, because you've wasted your time. But Sektor, man, Sektor. Gosh. I feel like I often, unfortunately, have to start out with characters that like I'm torn between two on, and he's one that I would say is between an A and a B for me. Sektor. Can I just pass and see what other people think first?
I guess
that's what I should have done.
I mean, you could, but that would indicate to me that you're allowing our opinions to influence you.
Well, yeah, of course.
The Sektor Defense Force has come to take your lunch money.
Well, no, see, I think it's perfectly. I mean, we've already each given our cases with certain characters. Like the Goro thing, definitely your argument, Shad, definitely had an impact on me in the long run, and Temp's argument on Liu Kang being lower definitely had an impact on me, and I think it's okay to kind of state your case sometimes.
Yeah, I will point out that some of us pre-made our lists and then threw them away over the weeks we've been recording these, and some of us have been sticking to our lists.
So to me, it's just an ever-evolving thing, and it's also like I think it also can evolve just based on S, A, B, C, D, F. Seeing who we have now in those tiers sometimes reforms your opinion on who belongs where. So to me, it's like maybe before we ever recorded and it was just me making it. My SABCDF looked very different, but now that I've seen where we're defining these actual things, that changes for me. So you might see slight fluctuations. Either way, sounds like we're not in favor of me skipping, so I will put him at B tier. I like his designs. I like his gameplay. It's just the story that, unfortunately, like, he's kind of always had the one note story and has lacked the character growth. And when we finally saw him start to have character growth with the Takunin, everything just went out the window, unfortunately. So that's the only thing missing from him for me. But I would absolutely put him at a high B personally. So we'll see how that shakes out once we get there. Anyways, Temp.
I have him at A. I like Sektor quite a bit. I like all the cyborgs quite a bit. And I kind of, for a villain, I kind of like the escalation of his story step by step. I think he actually has a very interesting rivalry with Sub-Zero. The whole Deadly Alliance thing was really surprising at the time because back in 2002, I just kind of assumed they forgot about Sektor at that point. I know there was MK Gold, but when you play the Conquest and you see that Sektor and Sub-Zero had to battle it out for the medallion, I'm like, well, okay, so Sektor's still, he's keeping busy. He's still doing stuff. And I like the whole Tekkunin thing. I like the idea from a storytelling perspective that you got to be careful about the minor villains because you don't know what they're doing. You can't just put all eyes on Shao Kahn. You can't just put all eyes on the Deadly Alliance. Otherwise, Sektor might take over Japan. So that's really interesting from like in the global sense of the Mortal Kombat lore. And I just like his personality. I think he's fun. I loved it when he told Quan Chi to go fuck himself because he only, he only adhered to the letter of the law, not the spirit. That's great.
Yeah, like
He's
it
just a
doesn't
lot
count
of- yeah.
if you kill Scorpion because you brought him back, asshole.
and Quan Chi always gets his way. Oh, not always, but most of the time he gets his way. So for Sektor to be like, get out of my apartment was just, oh, I love it. I thought it was great. So yeah, just Sektor's fun. He's just so much fun. I mean, we haven't even talked about his gameplay. Sektor was so controversial in the MK9 days because at first everyone thought, oh, he's good, but he's not great. And then Sektor won a couple of tournaments, and then Rio saying that, Sektor's better than Cabal. And then, like, overnight, everyone realized how stupid that was. Respect to Rio, by the way. Rio's one of the smartest people in the community, but I think he knows in retrospect he was not correct about that. So yeah, his gameplay is great. I love the missile traps on knockdown with Yokozemi. I like the fact that he's got some good zoning, but he's one of the few actual like poke characters in Mortal Kombat where the pokes don't lead just to more rushdown. It actually is like a neutral perspective on pokes in MK9, which is not common outside of Down 4. So the move Down 4, not our friend of the show.
Sure.
So yeah, Sektor's great. But the problem, it's very hard to explain why he's great. Because it's a lot of little things. Sektor is a lot of great little things, in my opinion. I wish there was one really cool thing I could point at that says, this is why Sektor is A tier. But that's not, it's more complicated than that. But yeah, A. He's A tier.
I've beaten this drum so many times over the years, so I'm not going to go on a rant about it. But man, I wish he had story in X and really was relevant more and made that roster.
I agree.
Yeah,
100%.
It's a shame we got kind of robbed out of that. Oh, that's good stuff. And they just put it in the comic very, very briefly. Anyways.
It still kind of counts.
All right, Shad.
When I think of Sektor, tangential to what we were just talking about, it is a shame that we look back and we see like this whole angle with the Takunin thing that he had in the original series just kind of not touched upon these days. But in other ways, it's still very present, because maybe they're not called the Takunin, but he's still out there assimilating Sub-Zero's like entire clan, the Lin Kuei, and making them Cyber Lin Kuei with Frost in 11, and he's doing it in the X comic. So it's a continuation in spirit, and I don't forget that. So it's not like they've completely forgotten the themes, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The thing I think actually really does bother me, though, and I say this knowing full well that they've treated Sektor with a hell of a lot more like respect than they've treated Cyrax over the past couple of games, is that, I don't know, he's starting to slowly become a jobber in a few ways.
Yeah.
Getting his head chopped off, used as a plot device, then he's a bomb in 11. I mean, not everyone can win them all, but I'm noticing a theme. The only thing about Sektor that's ever really bothered me over the past 3 games, aside from that, was like when they actually had him laughing in 9 during moves. That never seemed right to me. Sektor was always the most interesting side of this potential emotional spectrum between Smoke, Cyrax, and Sektor. One of them, initially in MK3, kind of is selected for the procedure and doesn't really rebel against it. That's Cyrax. One actively resists, Smoke, and one wants this and wants to go through with it. That's Sektor.
Yeah. That's
There's a
kind
lot
of
of interesting things you could actually do with that. And based on what he does afterwards, like, is his programming corrupted? Is he actually acting on his deepest wishes? What is that pushes him to go and kill the Grandmaster, who is, interestingly, made by 9 into his father? There's a lot to unpack, a lot to, like, psychoanalyze about that character's motivations. I think they've been, on the whole, really good to him. I've always loved his gameplay from, like, 3 forward. It's been really fun to see him actually get better and more well-rounded as a character in terms of gameplay. He's always had wonderful fatalities. I love the idea of just fighting as a pyromaniac robot. That's fun. Great
Yeah.
human design in 9, a little bit clunky with the rocket launchers, but what are you gonna do? Not everyone's a ninja. Completely. So Sektor is a very solid high A for me. I've always loved him a whole bunch. If I can have one wish, I want them to bring back the shoulder throw from 3.
Yeah,
That little
that's so
clamp
cool.
that grabbed you and tossed you over the head.
Yep. I love that move. It's no pile driver, but it's fucking awesome in its own right.
Oh my god, you and your fucking pile driver. Jesus.
I had to mention it.
I mean, it's just neat to have more gadgets come out of them. That he's got this little arm in his shoulder.
Yeah. But for context, Cyborg plays a very annoying Cyrex in Ultimate MK3. Smoke. Just throw mix-ups all goddamned day.
It's
Then
a great
the
time.
fatalities start coming, then
Oh.
the friendships start coming, then we do the fatalities we're trying to do, then we hate each other, but it's all good.
Yeah, it's a good time to be had. Check those out on Friday nights. We've been live streaming a new Mortal Kombat game every week, and then we dabble a little bit towards the end of each one. But yeah, it's a good
I will
time.
add in real quick. I feel like it was a missed opportunity not to make the trash compactor an X-ray. I think that could have been a lot of fun.
Oh, or did you
If
see
Sub-Zero
all
could
their
stab you in the
bones
eye,
break?
then I
Yeah.
think, yeah, that'd be so sick.
Yeah, or just use X-rays in some of the fatalities, like the technology, the
Right?
view of it. That would be cool. All right, so we've got a B, a high B, a high B, and then a high A and an A. Where are you at, Razor?
I gave him an A because I've never been able to decide whether I like him or Cyrax better between the two, and I gave Cyrax an A. So,
Yeah, that makes sense.
the thing is that like Cyrax is a really interesting good guy, and Sektor is a really interesting bad guy, and those are both very different roles to play in a story. So,
Right.
like, it's not necessarily, it's a little bit comparing apples to oranges, trying to figure out which one I like more. I mean, I like to play as Sektor more because his moves are more straightforward, and I'm not technical enough to ever be a Cyrax master.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, I think they're just about dead even in like which one I like the most. I will say, like,
Nice.
I agree with a lot of the points all three of you have made story-wise, that like he is kind of underdeveloped and one note in the sense of like, so Cyrax is a transhumanist. He wants to become a machine, and machines don't have emotions, and their motivations are always very a very clear singular goal. So there's not a lot of nuance you can add to that, but I actually think
Did you mean
they
Sektor
added-
there? I think you said
I meant
Cyrax.
Sektor. I meant
Okay.
Sektor.
Yep.
I think one thing that actually did add a world of definition to him is when 9 revealed that the Grandmaster's his dad, because it opens up all of these possibilities that, like, well, Sektor's not the most valued member of the clan. Bihan is. Like, he gets all the best assignments and stuff. So it's like, I bet Sektor's whole motivation for all this stuff and why he eventually kills his dad and takes over is jealousy.
Mhm.
And like dad doesn't love me enough and that kind of thing. So there has been stuff post Tekunin that has been added to him to give him more. And
Yep.
I appreciate that. but I definitely agree that like him not being an X is like a huge hit to like potential story stuff they should have been doing. Like
Yeah.
I've always said, if you listen to like all of Triborg's intros, he doesn't talk like a fusion of three people. He's just Sektor's personality.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Yep.
So strange. They should have just made it
Did it?
Sektor, and you could have still done the
Yeah.
variation for the other ones.
And in his
whatever.
ending, he starts the Tekunin.
Yeah. It's very strange.
Yeah. It's a
Maybe
real
it is
bummer.
it could be a very Sektor thing to be delusional enough that you are the combination of all three people, and he just thinks he's a combination of all three personalities.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, from a real world perspective, they planned on having Sektor in the game, but then they're like, "Oh, we're gonna alienate fans of the other two losers. Let's just give him everything." Wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me.
That's that. I feel like if it really was that was a bit short sighted.
If everybody compromises, then nobody is happy. These fusion
just-
characters just don't work.
If nothing else, Triborg, if you're combining Sektor, Smoke, and Cyrax, by the law of averages, Triborg should have been a good guy, right? Right?
Yeah, just like he's actually four people because he has the secret Sub-Zero variation.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Okay,
So-
yeah.
So Cyrax didn't want to be a robot, Smoke doesn't want to be a robot, and Sub-Zero doesn't want to be a robot. Sektor is the only one who did. So if you combined all four of their minds, 75% of him doesn't want to be a robot, and yet all of his intros are talking about how being a robot is great and he's going to turn other people into robots.
See, now a split personality type of angle with them would have been kind of fun, actually.
That might have been neat. It's
Yeah,
not what they
would've
did, but it
cool.
might have been
Made
neat.
him unique. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So he settles in at an A. So yeah, no complaints there.
Yeah.
All right. So next up would be Shang Tsung.
Shang Tsung was almost an S for me. He's like the top of the A's. And the reason he doesn't quite make S is because it's two things, and they will sound a little bit weirdly contradictory, but follow me for a moment. So Shang is not perfect because he's not always Kari Tagawa.
Mm-hmm.
And Kari Tagawa is not perfect because he often doesn't have a goatee. So both of them are an A when they could be an S.
Alrighty. Shad?
But yeah, like
Oh.
he's yeah.
Sorry.
I'll just one little more thing. He's probably my favorite. Like he's not my favorite end boss because he's not
Right.
that powerful. Like he was the boss in 1 and one of the bosses in Deadly Alliance, and technically the last fight in 11 because of Aftermath. But I think of him more as a sub boss than a boss. But he is my favorite villain of
Mhm.
the whole series. So there you
Cool. Alrighty. Strong A. High A. Shad?
You know, I'm sitting here, and I'm actually trying to come up with reasons he shouldn't be an S, and why I feel so strongly that yes, he should be a high A. Something's missing. Something's always going to be missing for me. Shang is a composite character. There was an arcade era Shang, and there was a post arcade era Shang. Story wise, I have absolutely no complaints. Fatality wise, I have absolutely no complaints. They always find ways to make him interesting and fun in both. Sometimes he gets the shit kicked out of him, sometimes Khan feeds him to people. Sometimes he turns out the loser, sometimes he turns out like a really big winner, like he was in Aftermath. I did love that about Aftermath. Shang, Tagawa Shang, coming out on top, almost. Maybe yes, depending on your preferred version of canonical events and endings. But, the one thing I feel like Shang never really fully had after the arcade era was a consistent move list. And it bothers me. Sometimes I wonder if he needs one. Sometimes I wonder if just being able to turn into the other guy isn't enough. Because that's always going to be, to an extent, the way I look at Shang. The guy that can turn into anyone he wants, except he can't anymore. He hasn't been able to since I was a teenager. And it bugs me. I should really let go of it. but I kind of can't. They always give him something a little bit different, a little bit of a soul steal, a little bit of a slide. I'm glad he keeps the flaming skulls at least. That's something. But it's like it's missing that one recipe ingredient to add just a little bit of zest. So it's gameplay-wise, that's the only problem I think I have with him, is that he just doesn't feel all the way there, in a way I can't really explain. You know? And when they do things like they did in 11, credit to them for trying to give him multiple moves from separate characters, being kind of like a quasi-chameleon. I appreciate the effort. But until the day I can turn into anyone I want to again with Shang, that's just gonna stick at the back of my mind and bug me ever so slightly. So that's it. He's a hair's breadth away from being an S. High A for me.
Yeah, kind of like how the what is it, UMK3 plus or whichever version we did, MK2 plus, I can't remember, where it changed it to where like just pressing normals would change you into different characters. I don't even think it was the plus. It was one of those other weird versions
No, that
we
was one of
played.
those weird arcade hacks.
Yeah, but I kind of like that
It
as
was a
like
Genesis hack.
it's not really what he used to be, where you could actually turn into the character and do whatever you want. But even just implementing all the characters as just normals was kind of cool. So
That was cool, yes.
but yeah, all right, Temp.
Man, this is another one. I like Shang a lot, but I don't think he's an S, and I don't think he's an A. I think he's a B. I
Oh my
do think
God,
he's a good
man.
character. I think in a way he was doing the 3D era before the 3D era, where he'd had these really nice redesigns every single game, and it really felt like an update to the character. The skulls are cool, especially in MK9. Like the whole skull trap makes the character very, very interesting. So why not higher? Why not an A? And the answer is just because I feel like this character has been out of gas for about 20 years. He's fine, but the problem with a villain like this, the problem with the sycophant who kind of like, works for the bad guy, is if they don't die or they don't take a drastic turn in their story, you kind of run out of things to do with them. And in Deadly Alliance, he eventually died. With the whole intro deception, of course. Shang Tsung, he's great, but like I have not been interested in him in almost 2 decades. It's been a very long time since he's done anything. And I think all of the Aftermath stuff is terrible. I think Aftermath is just the worst. So yeah, he's a great character. I like him a lot. And to be fair, I really don't like holding MK11 over any character. That doesn't feel right to me. So I'm going to take Aftermath out of the picture, but that still keeps him as a B because I was just so bored of him. He hasn't done shit in a very long time. And again, there's been a reboot. He wasn't in X. It's in, of course, MK versus DC is like virtual canon. So it's hard to really hold all that against him. But if you bring Shang's, and that's a big part of this, for any character you put an A or S, you're basically saying this character needs to be an MK12. And I don't feel that way about Shang just because if they bring him back in MK12, he's going to do the same shit he's been doing forever, especially if MK12 is what we think it is. Then we're definitely going to get the same old shit we've seen from Shang Tsung forever. And that shit isn't even bad. But I've done that. I've seen that. I went to the movie in 95. It was great, okay? But it's been 20 years, man. You got to do something with this character. You got to do something new. The tank it's a great car, but the tank has been out of gas and in the garage for so long at this point. So I need some confidence that if he comes back, he's going to be interesting. So we'll see. But for now, I put him in B tier.
Just one point of contention I have with that is just a small one, and it's your comment that if we put somebody in A or S, we think they should be in 12. And I disagree with that just by the logic of I always think character rotation is important. I would never. You can maybe make an argument for the S's, but to me, like, nobody should always be in every single game outside of maybe the S's, especially,
I used to be. I once agreed with you. I think what really changed my mind was Soul Calibur. That's when I really realized how nice it was to go into a game knowing that you didn't have to worry about some of the best characters being rotated out. I think that's what changed my mind on that.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that Soul Calibur, like Killer Instinct, some games they have enough characters to fit in a single game, and Mortal Kombat has 80.
Yeah.
But okay, how long have I been saying stop putting new characters in Mortal Kombat, though? I've been begging NRS to like, please stop putting 8 new characters in games. And you know what? For a little bit, they've gotten better about it. But it's not even just a Mortal Kombat thing. For every franchise, I've been saying stop putting so many. Street Fighter 6 is the biggest offender on this. We don't need to get into all that, but it's horrible how many new characters in that game and how many of them are just like redesigns of old characters.
Yeah.
They do it to themselves. Stop doing that, NRS. Don't do that. Don't do that thing that's making your games worse, right? So I
also wanted to ask, because I don't know if we've ever actually talked about it. I think it's interesting that you hate Shang's part in Aftermath so much, because the rest of us, I think, generally all agree that like Aftermath isn't a good story, but the Fujin and Shang parts almost saved it. Like those were good in a vacuum.
No, I
Yeah,
don't feel
like,
that way at
I-
all.
I would not be able to ever rewatch Aftermath bar none for the Shang stuff. Seeing Shang get like this huge moment of triumph of his own, not having to share the spotlight with Quan Chi, being the mastermind behind all the events, and sure, Liu Kang knows he's the mastermind behind all events, but that's not the point. It's settling the score between the two of them.
Yeah,
I thought that
there
was
are
really
two
great.
things. There are two things in Aftermath that Shang does that I really, really liked because they're different. One of them is that he gets to, kill Shao Kahn and Sindel. And the other is that he spends most of the story hanging out with the good guys and helping them. I mean, he's doing it so that he can backstab them later, but it was just neat to see him on the other team.
I have to give them a lot of credit for this. He's hanging with the good guys. They're waiting for him to do the Shang thing, and he's just smirking and smiling at them the entire time. You know this is going to happen. You know that I know that this is going to happen. I know that you know this is going to happen. Oh, look, it still happened. And it's wonderful the entire way through. He just gets to be the best Shang he can be.
I agree with the first part. I don't agree with the second. I knew it was going to happen, and it's just like it's been 30 years. Is this character going to grow at all? He can still be evil, but man, his motives have just been the same shit forever. And it's like, okay, you have all this power now. What do you want to do with it? And he's doing the same shit, man. I'm just bored. I'm just so tired of it. I know
He wants to become Big Sungus and sit in the Elder God chair.
But what after that? Okay, you're big, Shang. What do you do now that you're big? Do you eat like really big chicken? Like I don't like. What do you do, man? Like you bully zombie Fujin and zombie Raiden. I don't know, man. It's so fucking. I'm just bored. I'm just so bored. I know people clench when I say maybe he should become a good guy. Now that would have actually been interesting if the big twist was that Shang Tsung was not fucking with the good guys. That would have been such a twist. I'd be like, oh my gosh. Like he actually realized doing the same shit all this time has not helped him at all and has only gotten him screwed over again and again. If he connected those wires, how much more? And again, he doesn't even have to be good. Just out of pure ethical egoism and self-interest, maybe this whole thing I've been doing forever isn't working. Maybe this is a bad plan. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
I kind of agree with you on that last point, just because, like, it was so nice to see him working with the good guys, even so briefly. Like, normally I wouldn't want to see him, like, turn good in, like, a main timeline, but if we're gonna keep doing this Elseworld shit, then why the fuck not do something different? Shang's origin is that he used to fight for Earthrealm, and he decided to go the selfish route instead. So go back to those origins and explore his like training with Bo Raicho and Raiden and see if history can't turn a different way.
That's what I'm saying. Like I could feasibly believe that kind of plot angle for him, but I need to actually see it in practice. I need to actually understand the decisions that led him to the place that he is at. Was it like envy? Was it lack of faith? Was it fear of Khan? I can believe that Shang Tsung was once a good person. That's actually one of my favorite little tidbits about the Jeff Roven novel, is that you not to like over summarize, but you get the sense that he was this person who was just very hungry in search of knowledge to like prevent tragedies, and the knowledge brought him to Outworld, and that Outworld brought him to Khan, and it was kind of implied to be this slow corruption of character that made him into what he is. If you give me a story like that, I can absolutely buy him like having shifting loyalties and second thoughts, but not on its own.
I think every villain has its core motivation. With Khan, it seems to just be like endless greed. With Shinnok, it's just pure unadulterated nihilism. I feel like the angle with Shang Tsung was always fear. He's scared to death of dying. And I think you can make a good villain out of that. I don't think you can make a good villain out of that for 30 years, though. That's the difference. Even well, we're gonna get to Khan soon, so I won't say anything else, but that's kind of where I stand on that. You need something new.
Well, you guys have through this conversation have pretty much covered it all with Shang. And ultimately, I was going A, so I think he stays in A. But yeah, he's my I don't know that he's my favorite villain, but I will say he's my favorite boss throughout the series. Like in terms of him versus Shao Kahn versus Onaga, so on and so forth. Like to me, Shang was always my favorite through from the beginning. I just don't feel like anything's ever captured that. It could be a nostalgia factor to a degree, but I mean, yeah, I mean, he's sick, and I think you mentioned you're not going to hold 11 against any character, but to me, I loved Carrie as Shang in 11. I thought the design was awesome. I loved the jacket. I liked the gameplay that they did for him. It was a little odd that he could just do the ninjas, like the few ninjas, but not any of the other characters. So that was strange. But
I
yeah,
will say before I get cyberbullied any harder that I think
What is
Terry
with
gave
you?
a great performance. I think he was fantastic behind the mic. He was great. That was he's amazing. He's great.
Yeah, yeah. I will actually point out there is like a technological reason that makes a lot of sense why he can only turn into the ninjas, and it's because they use the retro skin, so you
Mhm.
only have to load one model and then change its color.
Yeah,
I thought you were
that makes
going
sense.
somewhere else with that. It's like, look, there is a technological reason why he can't have the goatee. All right.
No,
Just like,
no, there's
okay.
no technical reason for that. It's always wrong. Okay, that's a problem. Shang
Alrighty.
Tsung, I have said before, Shang Tsung to me isn't a person who can sometimes have a goatee and sometimes not. Shang Tsung is a goatee that can sometimes have a person attached.
His goatee is S.
It's like it's up there with Raiden's hat.
Yeah, Raiden's hat, Shang's goatee, Scorpion, and Sub-Zero.
Alrighty. Going on to Shao Kahn. I'm gonna put Shao Kahn in the B tier, which might surprise some people.
Boy.
Yeah, it might surprise some people, but for me, God, I think what Temp feels about Shang is kind of how I feel about Shao Kahn. Like I am on Shao Kahn fatigue. Is he a good to great boss character? Absolutely. But I mean, just mad tyrant wanting pure power and always kind of doing the same thing once again. I don't know, man. I just want to see something different. And unlike Shang, I feel like Shao Kahn. So what? He was the boss of 2, boss of 3, killed in Deadly Alliance's opening, or at least we're led to believe. And then back in 9, back in 11 to some degree in Aftermath. Maybe
He
not
was
as
in
the
Deception and
boss.
Armageddon.
Yeah, I guess technically you throw him into those as well. I don't know. I'm just like, he's not a bad character. Like, this is B. I like him. He's good. He's a high B. I wouldn't go any lower than that. But to me, I'm just kind of I'm just fatigued out on him. He has a little bit of that Kano stink for me, just a little bit, not nearly as bad. But um, and then the other aspect is like from his design, I don't think he's ever been designed as cool as his original design. I still think his original design is the best, and that's a shame. I felt like a lot of the stuff that they've done with him over the years, design. Oh, and I guess MK versus DC, you could throw that in there for him as well. But yeah, I
Howlin' Monks.
just way too damn many. Like,
Yeah,
it's just oversaturation as far as boss goes. And if he was a more like multi-layered boss, if we ever saw a Shao Kahn that had like a soft side for anything, or I don't know, like just something there. I feel like I would be more like intrigued by him, but it's still just like when you see Shao Kahn, you know what you're getting. Like already it's just going to be that. And I just felt like I could stand to see him disappear for like 3 games and then he's back. Like I just feel like even in this NRS timeline, we've gotten enough of them. So that's kind of where I stand on all that. But yeah, high B for me. Temp.
I actually mostly agree. I think Shao Kahn is a fantastic villain. I think he works great in the villain role. But just like I think Frieza is a great villain, Frieza is also not one of my favorite characters. Khan is perfect in his function, more so early on. I remember how I said Quan Chi was stoic to a flaw. I feel the opposite with Khan. I think Khan could stand to be quite a bit more stoic because I think when you've experienced every single pleasure under the sun and that you're so bored and miserable that the only thing that gives you any sort of thrill is merging realms, that I think you have to portray someone who's been completely dehumanized and is just sick of everything and has no empathy left in his body. And that also lends itself to the Katana story. I think he wants a daughter out of desperation just because nothing makes this man happy anymore. But a lot of this isn't quite explored as much as it should be. And a lot of that is just because he has to fill the villain role. He doesn't have time for that. He's the game's main villain, and that's the function he has to carry out. And that's okay. He's a good character. He does have a little bit of that Shang problem is what do you do when you're not the villain anymore? And it's not easy. It's not easy to write, but he's a good character. I don't think there's anything seriously wrong with Khan. NRS stuff aside, I think Khan's a good character. I think B fits him well. I'd probably here's where I do disagree a little bit with Cyborg. I would not make him a high B. I'd make him a low B, but I still think he's a good character.
Alrighty. Shed?
Oh boy. Thing about first impressions is you only ever get to make them once. In a very real way, Shao Kahn, the way I'll always picture him in my mind's eye, kind of hasn't really existed since 1995. It's not to say he was terrible throughout the 3D era, but where do you go once you're not King of the Mountain anymore, is my problem. Is like my question, really. A lot of what Tim said about Shang Tsung actually applies to me and Shao Kahn. Like, he's always just going to be the guy doing the same thing over and over again, and when you've fallen from the mountain like that, it's hard to maintain dignity. Then you come to MK11, by which time I've seen him take the fall a couple of times, and not to spoil too much because the second Shao Kahn Lost is now in editing, and Razor and I are going to go into detail about that, but Shao Kahn in Mortal Kombat 11 is not even the same person, literally. It actually is written to be a completely separate individual by Dom Tiancolo. He has done an interview where he basically says this. The guy is not an immortal anymore. He's immortal. And he doesn't act like the original Shao Kahn. He's just dumb. Shao Kahn didn't just fall off the mountain. He fell off the mountain and he hit his head, and he never really was the same after that. And it's just been kind of getting worse and worse, and 11 was the nadir. When I look at a character like Goro, whose peak was probably Mortal Kombat Gold, or somewhere around that time, and Deadly Alliance, there was a lot of bad writing that happened afterwards. The Deception, Dishonorable Act, acting as a glorified balcony guard in Deadly Alliance, in Armageddon. Just kind of being a jobber in 9, not really getting much of a... I can look over that. I can look past all of that because Goro was Goro. And, he's so much a part of what MK is to me, visual identity and whatnot. I can't overlook all the bad crap that Shao Kahn's gone through. And the bad ways he's been portrayed, especially recently. So no, as much as I used to love this character and his special moves and his taunts and his attitude and how much of a challenge and how fun he was to fight, the character's kind of been ruined for me a little bit. More than a little bit. It's just, he's not even around anymore. And I think one of the reasons I actually liked X so much was because he wasn't. I actually enjoy Mortal Kombat now when he's not around, because I know what's going to happen. And now he's not around in multiple levels. So, I don't know. All that taken into account, I have to give Shao Kahn like a mid-C grade. I rank him worse than Raiden on any given day of the week. Or Kano.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair assessment. All right, Razor.
So something Temp said that like he doesn't get time to explore his personality because he's the main villain. I don't necessarily agree with that. There's like a major example in pop culture of like you can have the main villain also be like a super nuanced guy, and it's Thanos in Infinity War. And if you like look into like the way Shao Kahn was written in the 90s by John Tobias, and you read interviews with Tobias and stuff from around that time, he often like there's the implication that Kahn basically is the same character as movie Thanos, that like his relationship to Katana and Melina is very similar to uh, Thanos's to Gamora and Nebula, or it should be anyway, should have been. So yeah, like when I think of like MK2 and 3 Shao Kahn, I think that character, if he remained that character, would be an A or an S. But every single thing he's been post 1995, I completely agree with Shad. This guy is a mid C. He is below Raiden. I wouldn't put him below Kano because I ranked Kano a D, but yeah, just I also enjoy the games better now when Shao Kahn isn't in them, because every time he shows up, they make him worse.
All right, so we've got 2 Bs and 2 Cs. Based on just kind of the vibe, maybe we go C, high C.
Yeah, I'm fine with C.
Yeah,
I suppose it's a suitable place to end up.
He
It's
was a
still
very low B
sad.
for me, so I think C is fair.
yeah.
It's a
I
very
was
low
being
B.
generous with the high B, but after hearing everybody else, I am more than willing to bend more to
Yeah,
the
because
C.
like you were saying all this stuff about fatigue, and you still gave him a B, and I'm like, I'm right there with you. I feel it more, so I
I
put
was
it
being
lower.
generous.
Yeah.
Like I was being very forgiving, but then you guys brought up some good points, so that's fair. Yeah, I think C makes more sense when you look at it.
I will say on the villain thing, although I don't disagree with Razor, in a fighting game, it's just hard to convey that stuff. Ultimately,
I
he's the
get
guy
it.
on top of the. Yeah.
I think if they can do it in like a big action movie with that many characters, there's got to be a place they can find the time.
All right. Well, Shiva, Razor.
Uh, Shiva, I wish I could give her a higher score. I think she's like a high D. I've never really been a fan at all, but I wish I were, because the parts of like the hint of a story in MK3 of like, you know, that she sort of thinks for herself and is unhappy with how Shao Kahn is treating the Shokan compared to the Centaurs, and that she eventually does take matters into her own hands and try to turn against Kahn. It's interesting. But it's even more interesting that Kano used the opportunity to kill her and take her job. And I really don't like her in 11. Like they tried. I admire the effort. I just don't think anything about her worked. I don't think the queen stuff suited her. I think her design was incredibly ugly. Like 3 is the only game where she's really looked good. And her moves have just like she steals from Goro and Kintaro, and that's all she kind of does. And they did give her one unique thing by giving her a Captain America shield, and even then they're just reusing assets from Wonder Woman and Injustice. I don't want to see that shield back. It didn't work for me. So yeah, I gave her D.
Alrighty, Shad.
Tricky one for me. I like a lot about what Shiva is conceptually. But yeah, the Shao Kahn problem kind of starts with her, doesn't it? Where like they all start kind of becoming one person. Because she was the first to like take Kintaro's teleport stomp up and
Well,
down.
I will
Then Goro
point
does it in
out
4.
I will point out that like the developers when MK3 was coming out specifically said we created Shiva because people wanted to play as Goro. So we made like a smaller Goro so it wouldn't be a broken boss character.
Yeah, but you still weren't playing as Goro. You were playing as Kintaro with a slower
Basically, yeah.
fireball and a stomp. Goro
Yeah.
had the forward lunge, which she never ever got back. But now it's an archetype and less of a character, which really bothers me. I'm a big fan of the way she actually played in terms of visual body language in 3, like the multiple flipping, spinning, high kicks. She always seemed to have this element of like agility going for her, where Kintaro didn't, and maybe Goro was kind of just the martial artist. Like I could see Shiva actually doing a lot of flips and backflips and Vega style kicks and stuff.
That'd be cool.
If they really just, I don't know, took the time to sit down and flesh her out. And I wasn't a fan of like the weapons stuff in 11 either, although I gotta say I don't mind her being queen. I think she overall came across pretty well. I don't know. She's almost there, not quite. So she's, I don't know, low B for me, I guess. I miss her 3 fireball. Anyone else miss her 3 fireball?
Yeah,
I
it's a
always
good
like
fireball.
the chain reaction explosions graphic of it, yeah.
It was sort of there in 11. Like I like the little variation in like multiples that they gave her. That was pretty cool.
Ready. Temp?
I gave Shiva. I put her in D tier. She's not even really a bad character. I think she's kind of a like deceptively tragic character when you look into her. She just didn't have a future. But I do have some good things to say about her. The whole playable Shokin thing was actually initially very effective. When MK3 dropped in my local arcade, Shiva was very popular. People wanted to play as a Shokan. But that didn't age well because eventually we actually got Goro, and eventually, we actually got Kintaro. And it just Shiva didn't really make sense anymore, and that didn't have to happen. If they had written Shiva with a future, and I don't know, maybe she survives the Kano stuff, and she had like relationships with other characters, that could have been cool. I completely forgot she was queen. I I still forgot. I still don't remember that. None of that rings a bell, to be honest with you. In my mind, she's still chilling out in Australia. I have no memory of the queen stuff, but sure, I guess that kind of works. Maybe. There's nothing really wrong with the character, but uh, it's really hard to give her a C when we have two characters that are like her that are better than her. I can justify a C for some of my characters when they're completely unique, like Aaron Black. Like there's not two cowboys, right? And Shiva is not in that category because we already have so many Shokan, and she did not do enough in MK3 to really distinguish herself. Which even that's not really her fault, because what they should have done is they should have put her in a future game and given her her own unique story, character relationships, and built on her special moves. Like Shad said, I like the fireball. That is a really good projectile. It's even MK9. It's very cool. But it's just the sad fact for me. There's just nothing there. So unfortunate high D.
You know, it also really doesn't help her the fact that one of the person that she has all this personal animosity with is a horse that's been like excluded from all the games because of the fact that he's a horse and they can't do it.
Can't. Shiva can't have a story because Motaro can't be in things.
I also appreciate the ties that she has to Sindel. I enjoyed the fact that like she's got all this deference to her, and it gives her a bit of like background and context to be placed as her bodyguard. I like it better when she's like associating with Sindel and whatnot, and not like guarding fucking jails.
I've always had kind of like a pet peeve about that. Like, so her being Sindel's bodyguard was originally
Oh yeah,
introduced in
the age
MK3 as
thing.
it's happening in the present day. This is a job she's being given during MK3. So every time they retcon it that she was Sindel's bodyguard way back when Sindel killed herself, that would make Shiva 5 times older than Goro is.
This is true. Actually, I almost forgot about that. Okay, Guardian in the present day. I enjoy that. There you go.
Yeah. I just really wish the games would stop, saying it was back then.
Yeah, that's strange. For me, she was a low C. It was kind of between like I can't, in good conscience, put her in the D tier with a lot of those characters that are in the D tier, and just in general. I mean, where it currently stands aside, C tier for me is like a character that's kind of middle of the road for me. Don't like them, don't dislike them, and I still see potential in them. Like that to me is Shiva. Like I like her in UMK3, which is funny because I used to not like her. Pretty sure she was my least favorite character in that game, but she's grown on me over time. I think a little bit of down fours liking towards her is rubbed off on me, I guess. But yeah, I think I like that original appearance for her. I like the idea of like the Guardian and stuff and what they were kind of hinting towards there, the bodyguard, I should say. But yeah, I mean, everything else spoken about her just feeling like a Wish.com Goro in a lot of ways, and just not really doing much, bringing much to the table. She's just kind of often there to be there, and that's a shame. So to me, low C. And I think overall we had a low B, and then two Ds, a high, one of
Actually,
them
you know what?
high, and then a C.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually change mine to like high C, not low B. Unfortunately, I wish it was higher. I want it to be higher.
Yeah, I was about to
But
say when
yeah,
you said low B after
looking,
everything you said, it kind of surprised me.
I just, it's hard for me to actually like give a character a slap on the wrist like that. You know, I love them
Yeah,
all so much.
yeah, but yeah, I think between everybody's thoughts, it sounds like a low C is where we're averaging out.
C is fine, but I mean, even if you throw her an A, I don't really care. It's Shiva.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I generally expect the ones I don't like will get higher when it's averaged out. It's fine.
all right, Shinnok. For me, Shinnok is a B. I like Shinnok. I don't love Shinnok. In MK4, I actually really didn't care for Shinnok. I thought he, speaking of Wish.com, I felt like he was very much, at least at my mind at the time of MK4, he felt like Wish.com Shang Tsung. Like he can get their powers, but he doesn't actually change into them. I thought that was a little strange. Then he didn't really have any gameplay of his own. He was also like the easiest boss I think they introduced up until that point. And yeah, which was strange. But the more negatives aside, on the positive end, I really like his design wise, especially as they've fleshed it out a bit more. I like his smugness and just demeanor, the kind of like evil pope, so to speak, and just that kind of bishop priest type feel vibe I get from him. It's a shame that it feels like he's always kind of like as a boss, it always feels like he gets shortchanged between MK4 and I wouldn't even say shortchanged, but just like undermined. It just feels like they don't fully know what to do with him, especially when you look at like MKX. For some reason, they made it such hush hush about who the boss was gonna be, and even though everybody was expecting it to be Shinnok, and then when we all played the game, like they even went as far as to say is like it's not who you think it is, and then it's like it was who we thought it was, but they took a weird way to get there for some reason, and
Dude,
it was
you told us you were going to be doing like the MK4 section of things next.
right.
I fucking hate the way NRS uses social media, man.
it's it was strange. I mean, it was very reminiscent of I can't remember which one. I think MKX came first before Arkham Knight, but it makes me think of that where they're like, it's not who you think it is. It's
It's
not who you
Jason
think
Todd.
it
It's
is.
not Jason Todd. We made up our own. It's fucking Jason Todd.
It's like you don't have to. Not everything has to be a surprise. It doesn't have to be this big twist factor to it. Like, what's wrong with hyping up Shinnok as the boss? What's wrong with following through on MK4 and all that? So
It's like
I
there's a
don't know.
Warner Brothers like PR or Excel sheet somewhere that says, when asked about or when examining popular opinion or conceptions of your characters, lie. Lie
Yeah.
frequently.
If they guess the ending ahead of time, just lie.
Tell them they are incorrect. Know you.
To me, it goes like, I think of like, it's like some Vince McMahon stuff where it's like, well, the crowd knows, they think they know the answer, so I'm just gonna pull a twist anyways, just to, even though the twist doesn't make any sense, I'm just gonna do that to throw them off. It's kind of like a reverse of that. It's like, it's this idea of just wanting to be so unpredictable. So if people guess it, then you got to somehow change it or pretend like they haven't guessed it. It is very strange. But yeah, it's a shame what happened to him in X. Not that it was like all bad or anything. He definitely had some cool stuff in X, and I liked seeing like the bone hands and all that stuff coming into more being fleshed out from like Armageddon and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. It's a B. I feel like there's still potential there. I would kind of be interested in a Shinnok that's maybe, and we've talked a lot about this with like Shao Kahn and whatnot. Maybe a Shinnok that isn't the end boss. I don't know what the hell that looks like. If it does look like anything, but that would be a little bit more intriguing because I feel like as a boss they don't really know what to do with him.
I mean, Shinnok is technically the actual villain of Armageddon, but isn't the boss at all. Like,
Hmm.
he's the reason the plot is happening and
Right, that's true.
responsible for everybody coming back from the dead to be in the crater and all that.
But yeah, B for me. Temp.
Shinnok is an A. He's one of those characters where I'd love to put him in S, but I can't, so I have to put him in A. But I think he's so interesting. He's one of my favorite characters just to watch on screen. He's so much fun because, like we talked about Quan Chi last time, but Shinnok will smile. Shinnok will get angry. Shinnok will lose his temper. Shinnok will like act humble and lie to someone and put on a face. Like he's so multifaceted. And just all of it feels genuine to me. Like I love his MKX, his X-ray, because Shinnok's like all about everything is meaningless, nothing matters, but also where's my fucking money? And all that is encapsulated in his X-ray. And there's just so
Is that
much
where he
of
did
that.
the bitch slap?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one. I also really love his brutality where he just steals your face.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things. He's just so expressive. I still think nothing. I know I'm alone in this, but nothing makes me laugh harder than when he steals Cassie Cage's moves in Imposter and does the cowboys and Indian shit with the guns. Like that is just so dumb and stupid looking that I can't stop laughing. But it's in character because he'll do that. He doesn't care. Shinnok does not care, and it all feels very real to me. He feels like a real villain who's truly evil and truly believes that all the people next to him don't matter and mean nothing. And all that is expressed in his actions and words. And yeah, just a lot of great moments. I feel like he's the type of villain that ages well, where you don't have to constantly give him new motivations because his motivation is just so timeless. So, and I think it looks cool.
He's like a classic twirled mustache type villain, like a right. Like that's how I look at him.
He has a lot of motivations. I mean, the Hamburglar thing was probably not the best example, but there's Palpatine, of course, like Razor said. I think
You did explain the Hamburglar thing eventually as like, you know what the Hamburglar wants. He wants hamburgers. It makes sense. That's what that means.
And you believe it. You buy the fact that the Hamburglar wants the hamburgers.
Yes.
And there's even some Mr. Burns energy in there that I think really works. There's a lot of little cool ingredients. He's got the church imagery, kind of looks like Dark Pope. But you buy it though, because it feels sincere.
That's the vibe I get from him is like everybody looks at him like the Pope and they're like snickering, and then he's just like, What is everybody laughing at? Like that's to me that's how I envision.
What's wrong with the hat?
That's how I envision Shinnok. Bad self-awareness.
This opportunity to like drop a shout out to Atlantean on our Discord because he went in our shit posting channel and he did Hamburglar Shinnok and it's fucking amazing.
Oh, I've not seen that.
Yeah, I gotta go check it out. Let's go look at it.
He also made No Face into Beavis. He just gave him Beavis's hair. It's great shit.
Let's look it up on the fly here.
Okay, I'm scrolling.
Here we go. It's on yesterday at 5:41.
Just make sure you don't put shit posting on the screen because there's other stuff in that channel.
Oh no, I'm not putting that on this.
But just and to kind of cap it off, I really do like playing as the character. And after 2 games of Shao Kahn, it was a long wait to MK4, guys. It was a really long wait. So there's so much Shao Kahn, and that includes Trilogy and UMK3. I thought Shinnok was a really big breath of fresh air as a villain.
Yeah.
And I say that as someone who did not love Mortal Kombat 4. Although I'm kind of like, I've lightened up a lot. I've talked to the MK4 guys quite a bit. And I'm like, okay, well, some of that makes sense. But yes, Shinnok is definitely an A for me, no doubt.
Alrighty. Chad?
There's a lot to love there, but there didn't used to be. In MK4, Shinnok was easily one of the weakest links in the game whose name was not Jarek. He was just the shittiest end boss at that point.
Yeah.
And there was no getting around it. Everyone found Quan Chi more interesting. People were happy when Goro came back as the sub-boss for no real reason. You know? He was a crappier Shang Tsung, and that's all he was. He just stole moves. He didn't morph. He just stole moves.
Why was Quan Chi not the sub-boss of that game?
We'll never know. We'll
So
never know.
strange.
It's weird.
Because Goro though.
Yeah, you gotta have the big
Yeah.
you gotta have the big bruiser type. We were still in that era, I guess.
So, you know, we all remembered Shinnok for a long time, but he was always that one guy, that last boss that was like totally paled in comparison to everyone else as the years went on. Like Quan Chi and Shang together made more of an impression. Onaga made more of an impression. And Armageddon comes out and he's in it. He's masterminding things behind the scenes, and that's a nice touch. He's had a couple of little bone moves here and there. The thing I always wanted for him was to like stop stealing and ganking moves and go more into like that skeletal hand stuff that the MK4 fatalities gave us. The one interesting aspect of his personality. And I have to give a lot of mad props to MKX for like revitalizing the character, reinvigorating him. But it just drives me nuts that he's still ganking off Shang Tsung by using amulet blasts. It's like, you did so well in every other way except that one fucking thing. You had to have a Shang on the roster. See,
I like the amulet blasts. I like it a lot.
I can't.
I think it's like the
can't.
Hell Sparks and the Imposter is the pro. Like the straight blast is he had that in mythologies. It's fine.
I really like Imposter.
I don't. Sure, he had it in mythology. Whatever happened to like the freaking advancing shield he had in mythology that he couldn't get past? You know, where's that? But again, back to the good stuff.
Yeah, he should
You
have
gave him-
what is Urian's thing called? Aegis.
Aegis Reflector.
He should have Aegis Reflector. That's how
should.
you put mythologies stuff in the
It gave him so much personality. Some really great outfits. And I actually liked Corrupted Shinnok. You know, maybe the whole Fire and Rockman thing is like incredibly played out. It is. But Corrupted Shinnok was like a take on his mythology's beast form. It was a nod to it in a few ways. And I really, really appreciated that because they were like, wow, we're going to reach back in and we're going to pull out the bag of tricks. And this is the horrible thing that he could always become inside. And they remembered. So much fun. One of the best X-rays. Some fun fatalities. Feculent scum is still such a great line. They got the voice right. Almost everything about Shinnok in X is perfect. Save for like the little amulet thing, which I'm not a fan of, and the fact that like they made him a god of death. He was never a god. He was just a fallen elder god. Stop that.
And the
Get some help.
forearms. He's
Oh yeah, the
also
skeletal
got forearms.
The skeletal. That's not his fault though. Like
That's that
there's so
variation
many-
gimmick crap.
Yeah, there's so many characters who are just made ugly by one variation or next. I can't fault Shinnok for it, although it was pretty hilariously bad.
Yes.
So I have tons of appreciation for MKX Shinnok. Tons of it. It elevated him, it fixed like 99% of what I never liked about him in the first place. I'm gonna give Shinnok a high to mid A. He's up there now, and I can't wait till he comes back.
Alrighty, Razor.
So should give MKX a lot of credit for rehabilitating Shinnok, but I actually think the credit belongs to Armageddon because that's the game that has his best costumes and moves. I don't care for seeing Shinnok with a shirt off. I don't want to see his bare fucking arms. That's not like it doesn't look regal and popely. It looks like he's trying to dress like the ninjas. This shallow idea that there's a Mortal Kombat aesthetic and that everybody has to be like bare armed with a V and a flap drives me insane. I want
You know
more
what,
characters that actually like Raiden. I've always liked the fact that Raiden wears sleeves. And then they went and put him in like versus DC and Injustice in outfits that don't have sleeves, and it's the worst. And that's how I feel about Shinnok too. Like some guys should be wearing a fucking shirt.
You know what though? Shao Kahn has this one asinine line somewhere in 11 about how like Shinnok can't fight or like what was it exactly?
the reason he's talking to Cassie and he says the reason Shinnok was a scheme. Shinnok schemed because he was terrible in battle or something like that.
See, because of that line, I'm willing to see Shinnok take off his shirt, walk up, and deliver the X-ray to Shao Kahn.
I will, in defense of the Tenacious D costume, I don't think the arms look that bad. It's the V I agree with you on. I don't think he needed a V, but I'm okay with the old man arms.
He has tiny, scrawny old man arms, and
What's
that
wrong with
makes
that,
sense
though?
for the character, but I don't want to see them.
I think
I don't think the costume looks like something he would wear. It doesn't match his personality for me. It just feels like they went, let's make him look more Mortal Kombat-y, and I hate that way of thinking.
But I don't want two popes, and I don't want to see his long Fujin hair either. So I feel like that was the nice compromise. And I actually think it looks good. I actually like that costume.
It's a fine
I don't
arm.
mind the old man arms.
See, that's what I like about Armageddon. He has two outfits that are different versions of the same. Like one of them is a big flowy robe, and the other is MK4 redone.
I think the robe looks so much better, though. I feel like the MK4 one's redundant by that
No,
point.
I like the 4 one. First of all, the color schemes are reversed. There's way more red in the robed one, and I think Armageddon was the best Shinnok. But as far as my actual score, I would give him an A because he is a character I like a lot and a good villain who has not been driven into the ground, and his potential has been realized more than Onaga's has. The reason I give him a B overall is because first of all MK4 didn't have his own moves. You're making him the boss fight, but your whole idea of like, what if the boss was just a regular playable character and we didn't buff them at all? It didn't work. It didn't work. I'm not even sure it worked when they did it again in Deadly Alliance. Like Quan and Shang, if they had invented the noob smoke tag team mechanic and that had been the boss fight of Deadly Alliance, that I think would have worked a lot better than fighting each one separately, like just one after the other.
Right.
But yeah, and then okay, so as much as I really like the Armageddon version of MK4 Shinnok, the MK4 version of MK4 Shinnok looks like a bad clown. Like literally from the circus. You're not getting that evil Pope energy. His hat, I really like that in the newer games, the hat has more of like a curved horns look to it, like more Satan.
Mm-hmm.
It just, that wasn't there in 4. In 4, he was practically the same level of give a fuck as Jarek.
Ed Boon did say recently that
down to a B.
He did say during his Q&As that Shinnok, MK4 Shinnok specifically, was his least favorite boss they've done.
Yeah. I just I really liked him in Mythologies. I love him in Armageddon. I thought X was most of the way there, but not as cool to me as Armageddon was.
Yeah.
I
Alrighty.
didn't even bring up Mythologies. The Mythology stuff is great. I love that prison cell scene so much.
Yeah, that's a much better scene than the one you get if you kill Scorpion and run into Scorpion a second time.
He does kind of sound like a tired old man, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I like that. I like him trying to sound like a kindly senior citizen so that Sub-Zero won't see him as a threat.
It goes back to the idea that he's having
I do love the X voice a hell of a lot, though. I
Yeah,
feel
the
like
X
Well,
it's
yeah,
is
like actually
the X
nailed it.
voice, the X voice makes a lot more sense because Shinnok draws a lot from Emperor Palpatine.
Yeah, it's like hands off file woman,
Yeah.
that kind of energy.
And going back to that scene too, it reiterates the idea of Shinnok has multiple aspects to his personality. He doesn't have to be in that cell. He's having fun. He's gloating
I just
at Sub-Zero's expense. He's
yeah.
a deceiver.
There is one other thing I want to bring up that it contributed to him dropping from an A to a B. And as Shad pointed out, like there are way too many boss characters in this franchise who just become a rock man with glowing veins and cracks and whatever. But specifically, so corrupted Shinnok isn't even killed at the end of MKX. How is a rock man knocked unconscious? What? How do you concuss rock? And
paper. I don't know.
I see
it's
what you
done
did
to him
there.
by a
I like it.
21-year-old blonde girl from Los Angeles, California.
I don't know, man. I don't know. So we've got 2 Bs and 2 As. Going up to an A, low A, high B. Where are we falling here?
I pick A, but like I'm not really.
I mean, we have trended averaging up.
Yeah, in most cases, unless there is like a very passionate feel towards the other direction. But yeah, it sounds like so far I haven't heard anything, so we can
I'd be
go.
okay with a low A.
Yep, low A sounds good. We'll keep that in mind when we get to organizing and whatnot. But on that note, Shujinko.
So Shujinko gets a lot of flack for yes, Damashi, I will do what you ask. A big problem with the 2000s era MK games was they kept creating protagonists who were being fooled by a villain doing something in secret, and the audience always guessed the secret way before the character does, so the character just seems stupid. And that's unfortunate and shouldn't have been written that way. But if you can imagine what a better version of that would look like, I think Shujinko is a spectacular character because he's one of the throwbacks to 70s kung fu. He's, Pai Mei, and most people will only know Pai Mei from the Kill Bill movies.
Right.
But the truth is, he's actually a character Quentin Tarantino took from Shaw Brothers films he was a fan of.
Mm-hmm.
And I really, I have watched those movies and I really enjoy them. And I think this archetype is a really cool one. And it was really neat to like see the character age through all these different stages and designs from 13 years old to 60 years old as you play Deception. And
Yeah.
people don't remember Shujinko fondly, but they remember Conquest fondly. They love the idea of that open world. And to me, the two are kind of inseparable. Like what I love about Conquest, I also love about Shujinko because he's the character I'm doing it with.
Mm-hmm.
So I give him a B.
Alrighty.
I do wish that there had like so the big thing a character always suffers from is if they steal moves from other characters. Your
Mhm.
Jareks and your Kiras and your what we were just saying about Shinnok, the chameleons. A lot of these characters are hampered by that, and Shujinko is no different. I wish there was like a creative way like oh, you've learned Scorpion's powers and you've learned Sub-Zero's powers. What if you were to make a spear out of ice? Or you've learned Scorpion's powers and you've learned Raiden's powers. What if instead of spearing them, saying get over here and pulling them in, you speared them and then tasered them across the chain with electricity?
Yeah, that sounds
You know,
awesome.
if there was something they could do there, like combine powers to give him his own unique moves, that would be sweet.
That sounds super sick. And then you combine that with the kung fu, like you said, the Pai Mei stuff. Then you've
Yeah,
got
I was actually talking with Smoke Man about how we would redesign Shujinko's normals if we were, the ones making a game.
right.
And we thought, what if he was a style switch character like Lei Wulong, where he had a whole bunch of them?
Mm-hmm.
Because Wulong can do like all 5 of the animal kung fu styles and Drunken Fist.
Right. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'm on board. All right, Shad.
Tricky for me. Like, I'm on board with everything that you just said about like him taking elements from prior people and making them work in different ways, but I've also felt to be just interesting to see him use other people's primary moves in different ways. Like,
Yeah.
conjunction works good too, but like I could see him doing a lot of like terry or secondary scorpion moves, like walking forward and swinging the spear rather than just using it as a get over here technique.
Yeah.
Like maybe shooting ice spikes into the ground and using them to pole vault off of him off for a kick, or different ways to shock people, leaving lightning bolts around, like lightning balls like Raiden could. I don't know. Just different ways to use recognizable powers is what I'd like to see. Sonia's sonic rings, but use like Kai's fireballs. Just because someone has someone else's move doesn't mean they have to use it the same way.
Yeah.
And I've always felt like that's the path you could go with Shujinko. Make him creative like that. It doesn't matter that he's an idiot, because I kind of love him for the fact that he is an idiot. I love that silly character that you get a sense is kind of a bit of full of themselves, and maybe it isn't just their intelligence leading them awry, but like their desperation to believe that there's someone important, that they're a chosen one, when they
Yeah.
really might not be.
Extremely wise, but not super intelligent would be a good combo for that.
Experienced, but hasn't maybe learned the right lessons.
Yeah.
He comes off like such like a smug, arrogant dickbag in that one Armageddon scene he has. I let myself be captured. Ho 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 ho. And like I kind of love him for that. I want to see a bit more of that out of him. He's a lovable doofus. You shouldn't hate the guy because he's a simpleton. Just have fun with it.
Yeah,
If he is a
even
simpleton, I don't even.
Pai Mei and like Kill Bill had some of that silly nature to him too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like that.
He's a lot of fun for me. He always was. The thing is, I don't know how you bring him back in future games without like going out of your way to specify that he's a mime. He's trained with all these people. Some of these moves have looked familiar. Why do they look familiar? Well, it turns out we've actually met so and so before, and it kind of leads itself to a lot of unpleasant exposition and like things feeling forced. So it would take a very specific kind of balance to get that right. I'd like to see it, but I just don't know how he would actually get there. But I do
Yeah.
miss the guy. So he's somewhere around a mid to low B for me. Can't say bad things about him. They never quite realized things with them all the way. Can't remember any of his fatalities. I know that they used his swords. I don't remember how.
Yeah, they both were just sword choppy, generic crap. They really dropped the ball in his fatalities.
Yeah, especially having like all the abilities of the characters, you could do literally anything.
So yeah, I'm gonna actually say low B, somewhere around there.
All right, Temp.
So I put Shujinko in A. I've gone on record so many times now that I love this character. So many times. I know we have new viewers, I know we have new listeners, but I've explained it so many times why I love Shujinko. And that was kind of the joke on the excuse me. On the draft. Like it's like, well, why do you want Shujinko? Or do you want to explain why you want Shujinko? And I'm like, no. And I haven't really changed my opinion on that. It's all been said. I will just reiterate that the moves that he learns do not have to be specials. They can be integrated into his normals and his chain combos. And by doing that, you could literally get like 30 characters into this one. He would easily be the flashiest character in the game if they did him right.
Yeah.
I don't see Shujinko getting a second chance. I do not think we'll see him back anytime in the next 5 to 10 years. I find that it would be great. But even if we get him back, the odds of them doing Shujinko the way he's supposed to be done, not only is it unlikely, but to be fair to them, it's not easy either. Like Shad said, it's hard to write a story outside of Deception for Shujinko, but I like him a lot. I give him an A. Shujinko is great.
See, I don't know that I agree that it would be that hard. Like, because, okay, so he's fooled by Damashi to collect the Kamidogu for Anaga, obviously, right? So, is there any reason you couldn't do, like, I mean, people want their conquest mode back, and if we're this is just hypothetical, if we get like Onaga in MK12, since that's the only villain other than Blaze, I guess, that we haven't gotten back. So that's the one that people are pulling for. If they revisit Onaga, they may have to, and if we're just resetting and being able to make anything we want, define logic or what makes sense for timeline wise, but let's just say it's clean slate and they can change who's introduced when and so on and so forth when the events happen. Is it impossible that maybe we do the main game without Shujinko as a playable character, but he's playable as your character in Conquest. So he's not actually playable on the roster. You play as him in Conquest, then he's later as DLC introduced as like, oh, that's that Conquest guy that we got to play through as. We got to play through as Shujinko, check out all these characters, learn, and maybe there's new twists on the story. And maybe it isn't just flat out he's being manipulated by Damashi this time, but it's the same kind of setup that he's going on this journey to learn from all these characters. So he still gets that backstory and that reason why he's, trained by all these characters and learning all their stuff. And then you introduce him as a playable character through DLC. And then if they do like a later story DLC like they did with Aftermath, have him play a major role there. I don't know. Like I don't think it's impossible to reintroduce him, but change things up a bit and make some new twists and turns. Maybe he doesn't get fully manipulated this time, or maybe I don't know.
It's not impossible. I mean, the thing with the multiverse is you can write anything and
Yeah.
explain it after the fact if you're creative enough. There are some things about it that would be difficult to explain. Like the power to copy other people's powers was given to him by Onaga.
Okay.
And I mean, just for a couple examples. So when MK9 happened, technically nothing that Raiden changed in history should have affected Shujinko's quest.
Right.
He should have still been collecting Kami Dogus during like MKX and 11.
Mm-hmm.
But the comic revealed, no, he wasn't. And why though? And it's not explained in the comic. He's just, oh, he retired from the quest. He has one Kami Dogu and he's become a Shaolin monk to protect it at the temple. And it's like, but why though? No reason. No reason.
Right.
How did history change? Why? How did he find out that Damashi was tricking him? I'm not gonna explain it. Eraserhead is my most spiritual movie. Elaborate. No.
Let's try that again. But
Okay.
good.
How about this out of curiosity? So let's say we get Onaga again, and it's not in like the olden times, but let's just say we're rebooting, we reset, and we go to like the time frame of like a Mortal Kombat 1 or 2 or whatever. Obviously it's been hinted that Mortal Kombat 1 might be the time frame in the teasers and whatnot, or we're going to Mortal Kombat 1 or some nonsense like that, but it's not the Mortal Kombat 1 that we're used to. Let's say Onaga stays alive this time and is not killed by Shao Kahn. Is it theoretically even possible to introduce Shujinko as already having had that journey without having to spell it out through like a conquest mode?
If Onaga has never been killed and is still the Emperor of Outworld, then he doesn't really have a reason to want the Kamidogus or trick somebody into going to get them for him. But like I said, you can bullshit anything because it's a new timeline and you can just change history.
Okay, but yeah, I'm curious. I'd like to see him come back. I mean, we all would, obviously, that's been made clear, but yeah, I don't know. I hope it's not one of those types of characters that's just beholden to that one story. I hope they can come up with something to still make it the Shujinko that we want to see, but just a different way to get there, a different path to that ultimate location. But for me, I put Shujinko at a B as well. I think he's very solid. And for all the reasons that you all mentioned, I mean, so ever since I think Temp was the first one to say the idea of like using the specials but in new ways, idea that Shad was mentioning, because like Temp said, we've talked about this so many times over the years. This going back to our MKX days before MKX even came out when we first started out. Temp was the first person I think to really sell me on the idea of Shujinko and making him out to be like, hey, you don't have to just have him be the guy that's reusing specials. Just use those specials, but in unique ways. But then you add in the normals, like you mentioned, or the combined versions like Razor was talking about. There's all sorts of cool stuff you can do. But then you build that on top. So like gameplay wise, he's going to be great. I think he's going to be one of those characters that's going to be like, you're going to have the people that's like, oh, I don't want to play as an old man with all these other cool characters. Why would I want to be an old man? But then when that old man's busting out the flashiest, coolest shit in the game, like, I think you're going to really turn a lot of heads and it's going to really surprise a lot of people. But then you do the fun personality, like the old kung fu tropes and the Pai Mei stuff and all that great stuff. Have him have a great relationship with like a Li Mei, like we've discussed on one of the previous parts of this series when we were talking about Li Mei. There's so much goodness there, and yeah, I'd love to see him back. So
All I gotta say is, if you're playing kung fu and martial arts games and you don't want to play as old people, you're in the wrong goddamn house. Those are the people you fear the most.
I don't know, man. It's all about the combat kids. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So we've got. I think we had all A's and B's, right?
I think so.
Two A's and two B's. I think. Was that correct?
I gave him a B.
That sounds right.
Alrighty. So once again, high B, low A. What are we thinking? Or I think Temp was the only one to give him an A, right? I think the other, us three gave him a B.
Yeah, I think B averages out there.
So yeah. So he stays a B, and we'll reshuffle later. And then that takes to Sindel. Oh, Sindel. This is gonna be. I feel like this is gonna be a rough one. So Sindel for me was never one of my favorites. I'll just get that out there. When I said Shiva earlier was my least favorite in UMK3, Sindel was at that bottom part of the pack for me too. Not for the same reasons that I think Razor has mentioned, not liking her, but to me, I don't know, she just didn't really stick out to me at anything. I thought she was definitely better in Deception, and her gameplay's been pretty cool over the years. Definitely, I like her more modern gameplay. I like the Banshee Scream and stuff like that, and a lot of the stuff, her designs have been pretty cool. And of course, there's the story stuff and all the sour notes on that with what they did retcon wise. And I'd like to think if we're resetting again, they're not going to just stick with that same trend, but who knows? Hopefully if we're starting with a clean slate, they go more towards what she used to be. But that all aside, to me, I'd probably go with, it's like between I'm going to say a high C for me personally. Temp?
I have her an A, but I mean, that's not going to surprise anyone. I think the only solo video I have on the entire channel is why Sindel is the most well-designed character in MK9. And I stand by that. I love the zoning game. There's so many different types of execution you need to play MK9 Sindel. You need the instant air fireballs. You need to get that as low to the ground as possible for your zoning and for your neutral.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be able to do the flight cancels for your plus frames, which are very powerful if you can get them going. They're not risk-free. You have to know what you're doing, but there's a lot of advantages there. You have to really understand her frame data, because if you're doing a combo off forward 4, you don't want to do the whole combo. You want to end your combo with a jump in into a chain for frame advantage, and then you usually want to go for a high or low setup. Usually one of those is going to be safer than the other. But really, the idea is to keep the pressure going. And even then, like, her walk speed isn't great in that game. So the big part of her neutral is spacing the forward 4 at the maximum distance so you don't get punished. And if you whiff that, you're dead. But if you don't whiff that, you have a great confirm. And even if you don't get the hit on block, you do forward 4-4 and a fireball, and that is great meter build and great chip. She's very, very well designed. There's a lot of smart stuff going on there. And I like almost all of her costumes. I really like the design. I think she's mostly attractive, usually by the standards of her own games, at least. I mean, yeah, there's some weird jank stuff here and there, but I think Sindel's great. I think her story on a scale of pass or fail, I do like her MK3 story and her Deception story quite a bit. Everything after that is unfortunate, but I do like those stories for as simple as they are. So all that said, she might be the only character in my A tier who I don't want to see back. I am really fatigued on the whole Sindel conversation. I kind of need to break myself, and I was not terribly impressed with her gameplay in MK11. They just kind of threw the kitchen sink at her with all the execution stuff just gone. And some of her moves don't make sense. Like the idea that she summons like, I don't know, little pixies and they just take damage off you passively for no reason. It just, I hate characters where you can just kind of stop playing the game. So I don't love her MK11 design. And all that, and remember, all that is in addition to her 11 zoning, which is pretty strong. So you finally get in and you get eaten by like these purple bullshit things. And just, oh man, it's just so frustrating. So, but I still give her an A. There's really nothing like Sindel. It's kind of going back to the Aaron Black example, where there's not two cowboys. You don't have two Elviras. She very much cut out her own spot in Mortal Kombat's lore and visual aesthetic. So I like Sindel quite a bit. A.
Alrighty. Shed?
Christ Jesus. Okay. Sindel was, in Mortal Kombat 3, one of my most favorite new characters. She felt like she was designed for, like, little 15-year-old proto-goth me, you know? I've always had a big amount of love for, like, the Universal monster movies, and she always, to me, seemed to draw really heavily from The Bride of Frankenstein. Razor Cannon will tell you he thinks it's more like Tim Curry drag.
First of all, not Tim Curry. Second, Bride of Frankenstein is in there. I am well aware.
Okay, I'm just saying.
There's only one Tim Curry in NRS, and that's an Injustice 1.
Yes, this is very true. This is a character I really loved in terms of gameplay, visual aesthetics, design, the hair whips, the connection to Katana. That was actually a really touching thing. Like the tragic backstory with her, Shao Kahn, Gerard, that connection that they've had, or they used to have, and the reuniting her with Katana, which is at the heart of somehow turning her against Shao Kahn, depriving him of one of his generals. It's one of my favorite bits of MK3. Sindel was a character I've rated very highly, and I know that she was, in those old days, more of a plot device than she was a real character unto herself. And the best that Deception was really capable of doing was basically having her repay the favor to Katana. Or trying to anyways, you know. Whatever she actually does during Deception isn't very much of anything at all, because Nightwolf takes down Onaga. Maybe she's part of the final fight against him, who knows. But the important thing is that they tried. Great fatalities here and there. Cool aesthetics. Then NRS era starts. Now you have a character who's responsible for murdering the entire cast. Now you have a character that shows up in X just to, like, slap people around, not part of the main roster. Now you have a character in 11 who's been rewritten as to always be evil, and to crush the dreams of children and eat orphans. And the point I'm getting at is, I feel like there is someone at NRS, or someone's, who is trying very hard to push this character down everyone's throats by making her like the evil Omega bitch that murders everyone, and she's so badass, and that's not the character.
Somebody has a Dami mommy fetish.
Someone. And it's fucking ruined the character for me, okay? At the most, I'm kind of tired of Shao Kahn, and I don't even consider the person that he was in 11 to be Shao Kahn. I don't know who the fuck Sindel is anymore. And I kind of don't care. In terms of, like, that character, original Shao Kahn kind of hasn't been ruined for me. Sindel has. And the thing I don't want to talk about, but in terms of MK12, I am terrified, because I can feel it coming, is that they're going to do it again. When we play MK12 bingo, Sindel ruins everything is a check mark on that board. I know they're going to do it again. I don't trust them with this character. I don't want them to touch this character. I don't have faith they can use this character well. And the thing about it that bothers me the most is, rather than take the fucking time to explain why she's a good person, to highlight her relationship with Kitana, to make a connection to Gerard, who might be trapped in Ermac's body, we don't fucking bother with any of it, and they don't have the creativity to expand upon it. They don't think about it. It's just put her in high-heeled boots, step on people's eyes, and call it a fucking day. This isn't Sindel. It's your version of Sindel, and it fucking sucks, and it's ruined everything. The character is a hard low D, such as it is now. Fuck it.
Damn.
Overall, that's where you put her now? Like
Completely.
the entire series, I mean?
Completely. She is ruined for me. I actively don't want to see them try to use her again, because I know they're just going to make it worse. The Sindel retcon pissed few people off as much as it pissed me off. Take that to the fucking bank.
I will say it was really nice to see how united everyone was against that retcon. It was
Yeah.
cool seeing everyone come together and be like, wow, this is really, really stupid.
Yeah, it was like a 90 to 10% at least in terms of just absolutely loathing it. And
the
being
people who
very
tried to
vocally
defend
against it.
Like, the people defending it had really nothing. It was just, well, I like this better. Like,
Yeah,
there
it's
was
just, I have a Dommy mommy fetish. That's the defense.
Or just, yeah, I mean, I don't think necessarily that those people were big fans of Sindel to begin with.
Most of
So
them
it's
were like 11 was their first game, or they weren't that familiar with the story, and they just like Sindel for the aesthetics, and this keeps the aesthetics going.
they just didn't understand what the character truly was. Hell, we had somebody recently on our Discord, I forget who they were, leave feedback when we did the hot takes episode. They gave their hot take saying that they actually like the retcon for Sindel, and then it was like a month later or like 3 weeks later or something, they're like, I want to walk this back. I did more research and I no longer believe that. I prefer the old way.
Well, I
we
appreciate that. I do.
We didn't respond to them. We didn't try to convince them. They did it on their own.
Yeah, nobody was like trying to convince. Yeah, like you said, they just went and did their own research and they're like, wow, this character was really well done before. And then now they're just a one note evil because evil character. Yeah. So that was funny to see. And I appreciate that somebody was willing to go not only correct themselves and under no pressure change their opinion, but they just, yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of people would do the exact same thing for the people that were defending the just make her just purely evil and just betray her own daughter and just be super nasty. It's like it's akin to I equate it to like, so you have this single mother and she marries this man and now her daughter has a stepfather after she's already older, right? This stepfather is introduced into her life and she's older. It's not like that stepfather was there since she was a baby, so it's now this strange man being introduced in her life, and that stepfather is a complete asshole and an abusive dick and taking advantage of both of them. And then the mother takes the stepfather's side. That's how it feels. That's how it just feels gross. It really does not feel like a good story to tell. And
It
you've
feels gross
compromised
because
it.
they were going for empowerment. That's why it feels gross. They tried to portray it
Yeah.
as like a good thing.
Yeah,
Like, look how
this Sindel is strong and independent, and the way she expresses that independence is by actively saying, I want to take advantage of other people and, selfishly enjoy privilege.
And it's not even like, if you're going to be strong and independent, be a strong and independent good person.
It raises a
Like-
very important question of like, so if Kitana was like really, really young when Jared died and Shao Kahn became her new father, because she thought Shao Kahn was her father. She didn't
Right.
know about Jared until much later. If her entire life the only influences on her personality have been Shao Kahn and this version of Sindel, then how did Kitana grow up to be a good person? It no longer makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good
that's a
point.
good point.
Extremely.
All right. So that's me, Temp, Shad, Razor, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's known that I never really liked Sindel to begin with. She was one of my least liked characters in 3. I did start to like, she started growing me a little bit in Deception, but man, after Deception,
Did you say she
Basically-
started growing you or growing on you?
Growing
Because
on
that
me.
really is a difference.
I thought I said growing on, but you might have to play back the tape.
Sure, but
Other
Freudian
than-
slip.
So other than the fact that I didn't like her in 3 to begin with, I agree with everything Shad said. I give her a low D.
Alrighty, so we've got 2 Ds, a high C, and an A. So that it sounds like probably a high C still? Or where does that? Or yeah, that's a weird one. So we've got 2 Ds, so that's gonna pull the A down. So yeah, C. It'd have to be a C. There's no way she's going up to a B. So all right, stays at C. Um, and then we have Smoke Razor.
So the smoke lost is already, it's been out there for quite some time. You can listen to us gush about one of our favorite characters of all time, me and Shads, for hours and hours and hours. So I'm just gonna say smoke is an S and leave it at that.
Boom. All right, Shad.
I think I need to put in an S plus tier. No, but seriously, you know what? Trying to be impartial. Like the way I look at these things is not necessarily is it my favorite character, is it the best character? You do tend to hear a lot of Smoke is overrated every now and then, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Here's the problem with Smoke. It never goes anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I was
He
gonna
just
mention. Yeah.
he shows up and then interesting things happen with him and then just nothing.
Yeah.
He's either like being brainwashed by a noob Cybot or just he's a brainwashed like Wraith or just it ends in brainwashing. Like there's no regaining your humanity as a cyborg. There's no discovering that you're a thing from the NetherRealm. There's no like the whole appeal of Smoke is this question as to what the nature of humanity means. Your nature versus nature versus nurture, etc. And is the thing you've been made into or the thing you always have been, does that have to define your reality? Are you stuck? Are you more than the sum of your parts?
Right.
That's Smoke. And we never get an answer. And it drives me fucking insane. My absolute favorite Mortal Kombat character of all time, regardless of form. I almost said irregardless. That's not a real word. Kids, don't do drugs.
I love it.
So many great special moves, so many incredible fatalities. There's so much love for this guy. And you can see it in the tiniest things, like the way that people will go and fan created products like Mugen's and like the Plus Arcade hacks to give him like the Shang Tsung MK2 exploding from the inside fatality or smoke fatalities. He's always had the potential of the coolest fucking moveset, and 9 really delivered hard on it. The only thing wrong with this guy is that they just can't stick a landing with him. So it's an S, but it's an S minus.
Alrighty, Temp.
My thoughts have always been, even if you take away half of the things that make Smoke great, he's still an S. He is the best in so many categories. He's a secret character. He's has some of the best lore, in my opinion, even if it didn't, complete into anything final. He's got some great designs. The concept is brilliant. The specials are brilliant. He's one of the best parts of MK9, bar none. There's so many good things to say about Smoke that I don't even think I need to say it. I think for the most part, everyone likes him. I don't encounter a lot of Smoke hate, or if I think maybe the people are just too afraid to speak up because almost every time I encounter a Mortal Kombat fan, their thoughts of Smoke are overwhelmingly positive. That's all I need to say. He's an S.
All right. 3 S's. For me, he is an A. For a lot of the same reasons actually as Cyrax. Even though I really like Smoke and Cyrax being my favorite character, I still didn't give him an S. It's because of it's just the character is at the mercy of the writers, not like Shad was saying, just not following through with anything. It's his gameplay's there, his design is there, but when it comes to story, he's always getting the shaft over and over in terms of just they never follow through. And it's the same thing with Cyrex. The design's there, the gameplay's there, but in terms of story development, in terms of ever like truly amounting to anything and from game to game getting any sort of momentum built up with this character, they cut him at the knees every single time. And it's like you get a good smoke and then he's gone for multiple years or multiple iterations of the game. You get a good smoke and then he's gone for multiple iterations. You get a good smoke, once again, gone for multiple games. It's like it's such a start and stop thing. In wrestling terms, it's like start and stop pushes. It's like they just never want to commit to this character. And and he's also been dicked around several times with like I said, getting his story stolen, and the reboot hurt him a lot and all that stuff. So and just not playing up any of his relationships with like Sub-Zero or any of that sort of stuff. So it's just crazy to me that the ball has been dropped as hard as it can be in terms of just not wanting to utilize this character. So for me, it's an A. But that's 3 S's and an A, so he stays at an S.
In a way, some of the things you said, though, in my opinion, are a triumph because the fans have really done a great job of uplifting this character because they have Steve Barron went on record saying we only brought Smoke back because the fans were asking about him. That's the only reason he's in Deception at all. And then the fans have kept that torch lit for so long. So the reason why his story probably is the way it is because internally they do not care about Smoke. And despite that, I think it's impressive that he still has like stepped up to the plate and it has been this cool in every single game he's in.
I really have always wondered about that. I think it's material that we've covered on the Lost Razor and I. It's like it's either they don't care about the guy, or they just don't want like to acknowledge his popularity maybe arising to and overshadowing the level of like their golden boys and girls, you know? They don't want to admit that maybe, just maybe, he's got the popularity of like a Reptile or like Kung Lao or something. You know what I would give for like a striker non-Dick Kung Lao and Smoke adventure? Just give the B-listers some time to shine, man.
If someone says Smoke isn't their favorite character, I'm like, okay, well, we can intelligently disagree about this. But if someone says they just don't like Smoke, they're insane. I think that person is literally insane and there is something wrong with them. I do not understand how you just don't like Smoke. You don't like a Smoke elemental. You don't like a ninja with stealth who has like smoke powers. You don't like Sub-Zero's best fucking
I mean,
whatever.
I'll disagree there. Like, obviously, I like Smoke a lot, but I mean, different strokes for different folks. Like, different things appeal to different people. Some people don't even like ninjas. Some people don't like the color gray. Some people prefer villains. I don't know. Everything's different. That's why it's so fascinating to talk to different people, because they're going to have different things that appeal to them specifically. If we kind of went with the majority of what just seems most logical to ourselves, these characters like the Suhaus and the ones that are like absolutely hated by the overwhelming majority of the community would never ever get any love from anyone, unless those people that do have those dissenting opinions that, you know, they go to a beat of a different drum, unless they were there to champion for those characters and then maybe win some people over. I think that matters.
I'll let Razor go first, but I have a lot to say about that.
I was gonna say the nice thing about Smoke is that if you don't like ninjas or the color gray, he doesn't have to be a ninja. He can be a robot. He doesn't have to be a robot. He can be a demon. He doesn't have to be gray. He can be purple. And all of these forms could be costumes for the same character in the same game if you put the time in. Like, it's just a skin. Mm-hmm. And any one of these skins could scratch that whatever itch he's not already scratching for you.
And I always say, right, when I was in the philosophy department, the two subjects I put most of my work in were consciousness and time. But there was a third one. If they're like, I say that number 3 on that list was aesthetics. And I've always said that subjective experiences have objective causes. So some people like apples, some people like oranges, but no one likes eating shit. And there's a reason for that. And I feel like when people say they don't like Smoke, there's an issue.
Sorry.
I mean, I feel like okay. So if there is an exception, the next question is there a logical explanation for the exception? Because if there isn't, then it's all arbitrary, in my opinion.
I'm just
But
saying, there's some
I'm
shit
willing
eaters
to
out
listen.
there.
But
Some people are true connoisseurs of the culinary art.
I would
shit
like to see
eating.
the whole picture and find out what else they're doing other than eating shit. Because I guarantee you, they're not going to work every morning. I promise you.
I don't think they're probably not going to work in the morning. They're probably home eating shit.
The fuck?
Yeah, I don't think they're at the PTA meetings, or at least I hope not.
I just would, when people generalize and say the phrase everybody, they generally don't mean to include people with severe mental illnesses.
Yeah,
Well, I'm just
yeah, not the
saying,
jars of urine, guys.
I'm just saying the heart of this topic, I guess, is more so that you started off by saying like Smoke is objectively a great character, and if you don't like him, then what's wrong with you? It's almost like
Get out.
like-
No, I'm happy to say that, but I do feel that way because that's why I do this podcast. Is I want to defend good things,
Sure.
and I don't hate people who disagree. I don't think they're bad people. I don't think they should go to jail, but I do think they're wrong. And again, I'm open to the conversation. If someone says, "Hey, Temp, I have a great argument of why I think Smoke is not a good character," like I'll listen, but I have not seen a good case for that. But
I don't even think it's a matter of arguing whether he's a good character. It's more so arguing whether it's their type of character. Like, does this character appeal to me? Is this character my type of character? Some people like the Kanos of the world or the Devoras and the monstrosities, and Smoke isn't
Lord
really
help
that
me.
for them.
well,
Who
we'd have
knows?
to deconstruct that because, like I said, if it's not their favorite, that I understand because there's a utilitarian point to this too. There's also gameplay. There's also there's some designs people gravitate to, and again, there's objective causes to that as well. There's environment. There's like historical experiences they've had that led them to that point. But if they think Smoke is a bad character, as in Smoke is a shitty character, I do think they're insane.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the opinion that you harbor. All I've got to say is, winners don't use drugs, but sometimes they do. So pick a side of the fence because you're probably on the wrong one, and hop over.
alrighty then. Sonia. She's a tricky one. I'm gonna go. Gosh, I'm trying to think of all the Sonias that we've gotten throughout history and form an overall opinion. Trying to think. I'm gonna go B for Sonia. She kind of falls into the same category of like it's not quite Kano because Kano is a little bit lower, though I think I did put Kano as a B as well, but it's just a similar story of I still think Sonia is a decent character, but I think ultimately she's had two things greatly working against her, and that's overexposure, constantly being in the games, and the second one being never really moving anywhere. As we've talked about with like Kano, she's always tied to Kano. And then they brought in Cassie, and it's like, okay, well now she can be the mother. That's cool. Let's have her act as mother. But then it's still revolving around Kano, and it's been played out. I still like Sonia. I just would be happy if she took a break for a while. Even just one game would be nice for her to miss because it's been a minute. So yeah, I still like the Bridget Wilson. Gosh, why do I always get this fucking confused?
That's a reasonable mistake. That's not
And
Bridget-
the two names sound the same.
I know. It's fucking somebody tell me the right one before I lose my
You didn't
mind.
call her
It's
Kaczynski.
Wilson is
Wilson.
correct.
Okay, I was leaning to that. Bridget Nielsen is the fucking one from Rocky, right? Like
Yes.
the Russian.
Yes, that's
lady.
Ivan Drago's wife. Yes.
Yes. Okay. I knew that
How do
much.
y'all
I
know
just
that?
get their names mixed up. But anyways, I still like her in the 95 movie. She's great. And I like that Sonia a lot. I like Deadly Alliance Sonia. And I mean, even in the NRS area, NS, geez, I'm really losing my mind. NS, and oh my God, my brain is shutting down as we go. NRS era, I still like some moments with Sonia, but it's just been diminishing returns the further we've gone along, and I just, yeah, she's a B. That's it. She's a B. I think ultimately, if she's ever going to ascend to an A or higher, I think you really need to kill off Kano, get rid of him, feature her in a game without Kano where she can do her own stuff and no longer be just that person. And yeah, that would be cool, but I definitely think she needs a break regardless. Anyways, Temp.
So the way Razor feels about Sindel is largely how I feel about Sonia. The problem with Sonia is even if you rate her at her peak, which for me was MK3, she is still a C for me. Her moveset was never really my jam. I'm not really into the whole military girl. She's not as thematically interesting as Jax. Her gameplay is not as good as Jax's, and her relationships are still largely tied to Kano, even back then. So that's at her peak. That's the best version of Sonya, is a C for me. But it only got worse from there. I don't think she's had a very good design really ever. I think in retrospect, I think her MK3 costume's a B. But I didn't always feel that way. I was like, I have Sub-Zero. I don't. Why do I care about this girl? And in retrospect, I'm like, okay, I recognize she contributes something unique. I think it's a cool costume now in the greater scheme of things. But things only got worse. I didn't like her Deadly Alliance design. I did not like her DC design. I don't like any of her NetherRealm designs, any of them. I think her writing is insufferable in MKX. I do not like that character. But because of MK3, I will give her a D. I'll give her a very low D. I won't put her in F. I know people. Listen, I do read the comments, and I know some of y'all do get annoyed that I'm constantly ripping on Sonya, and that's not my goal. I hear you. I don't like when people rip on my favorite characters either, even when I get it. Like, I understand why some people may not like Shujinko or Kentaro. That's fine. Like, that's cool. So I understand. It's not my goal. I'm not trying to piss you off, but I just want to be honest, and I don't like Sonya. But she had her own contribution in the classic era. I think that was mostly a good contribution. I will give her a score of a low D.
Alrighty, Shad.
Damn, the Goon Squad is coming for you.
Yeah, it's gonna suck. I'm gonna get
I'm
cyberbullied
sorry.
again.
All right. So this is tough because we've got Johnny all the way up there. We've got Lou all the way up there. They're both in S class, and it feels like they both deserve to be there. And I want Sonya to be there too. I really do. But there are things. The absolute lack of consistency in a moveset is something that still drives me insane to this day. Sure, she's got the sonic rings. Sure, she's got the leg throw. But things always vanish, and then they come back, and they vanish, and maybe they don't come back, and upward bite kicks, and now Katana's got, like, the square wave punch, and now we've got, like, a bounce kick that goes across the screen, never comes back, and oops, now it's goddamn drones, and machine guns, and fucking pick something and stick with it, for God's sake. Stop reinventing the character every day. Failing that, just go back to Ultimate MK3. She was fine there. It wasn't that hard. Story-wise, I just really wish that they'd remember that there was more to the character, and there can be more than resting bitch face all the goddamn time. I want to love Sonya, but I kind of feel like I haven't in a long time. Maybe since 9? I don't know. And maybe since she's always just doing this dance with Kano, It's not that I'm tired of Sonya. I'm tired of Sonya and Kano. Kano and Sonya. Sonya and Kano. Can you imagine if every game since 3 had Scorpion and Sub-Zero going at each other's throats? I've said it before, I've said it again. People liked them both in Deadly Alliance for what it was worth. And it says they had very little to do with each other. Have her investigate the Red Dragon, who are automatically more interesting. Have her do something else. Find something else for her to do. All that said, she's still as much of a classic part of Mortal Kombat as like Liu Kang or Goro or Johnny is. And we said earlier that we're not like rating things based purely on how long that they've been around, but I couldn't ever picture MK without her. but she needs some serious fucking work. So she's a very low A to a high B for me. Let's say low A. Low A.
Okay. Razor?
So Sonya is one of those characters that for a lot of people would be S tier, and I get it, like especially for like old heads like us, there's gonna be people who, either Sonya was your first crush or Kitana was your first crush, and it's like it's a blondes or brunettes thing if you really break it down. And personally, I'm not a blondes guy, so I never really cared about Sonya that much, but I am sympathetic to those who rate her very highly. And the ones who push oh, she's the Chun-Li of Mortal Kombat. She's the first lady of the games. And it's like, I get it. But plot-wise, Kitana's the important one. Just saying. But, so the thing is, I really, really like Bridget in the movie. So, like, the early days Sonya, I really like Carrie Hoskins. She's a very attractive lady. And the moveset with the bike kicks that's in 3 and versus DCU is a lot of fun. So I've always kind of liked Sonya. But MKX and 11, once she became like the bitchy bad mom in contrast to Johnny is the good dad, it really hurt the character for me. And them taking away some of her classic moves, she doesn't even have the leg grab in 11, and replacing this shit with like these drones and all the guns and the soldiers backing her up stuff, and like it's just so silly to see the United States Army marching a unit into the afterlife. Like, we're invading hell the way we'd invade Iraq looking for people in the caves, and it's really cringy to me. I really don't enjoy that. So I give Sonya like a low B because I really want to remember the old timeline version of her and the stuff I like about her, and it's just her recent appearances are a knock, but I don't want them to think of them as too big of a knock. Like, I don't want to spoil the good shit with the recent shit.
G.I. Joe.
Okay. So we've got an A or low A, 2 Bs, and then you gave her a D temp.
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay. So sounds like that's going to be a B.
Oh,
So
damn shame that.
a B's not bad.
It's all right.
See how it breaks down. That being said, Striker.
Hmm. I gave him a C. He's so bad in 3, but he's so cool in 9.
Yeah.
Even the 3 version, I have this very personal, weird endearment towards, because he looks like Chief O'Brien from Star Trek, and I'm a big Star Trek nerd, and I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'd like him better if he was, in the Special Forces base working the portal pad.
Very cool.
Transporting people to other realms, and that was all you ever saw of him.
Alrighty, Shad.
So, the thing I think I love the most about him is this whole fish out of water archetype that he embodies. I love the guy who's like wandering around while the ship is on fire, who doesn't know why he's on board the ship, how he got on the ship, why the people are screaming, why there are fish monsters, what's happening. And I kind of wish that 9 had leaned into that a little bit more. He was pretty adept, but I could have used a bit more what the hell is actually happening? Which is a thing that like Battle of the Realms really nails. Now that aside, he hasn't obviously done a whole lot. He's been in 3 games, and I'd say he's noteworthy in 3 for how much he sticks out and doesn't really fit that well. But I've kind of come around on him. I kind of love like how silly he is. 9 was a massive improvement. Armageddon Striker was kind of cool for the first week, then kind of dropped off. The spandex SWAT stuff didn't work all that well. But major points for just punching Melina in the back of the head at the start of that whole cinematic once the pyramid goes up. Major points. That was... He probably gets like one of the single best Armageddon moments. Just that punch to the back of the head.
Yeah.
It's a character that I really just enjoy and I find a lot of fun for a variety of reasons. You know, it is a hard time to like give police like a positive spin in media. You know, we live in weird and hard and really ugly times in terms of like law enforcement issues and violence, especially against minorities. So I can really understand why some companies might not want to like have a character in 2019, 2023 going police brutality coming right up. That hasn't aged well.
Right.
It really has not. It's a great line, but it really has not aged well.
Yeah, it's not a great line when reality has become what it has.
It has. I wish that didn't have to affect a guy that I've loved since 1995, you know? Or at least appreciated loosely since 95. That said, you know, there's much better characters out there. I've always been a fan of the move lists and the fatalities and whatnot, and I'd like to see him back one day. But there's better people, and there are people I think that actually needed a lot more. So, mid-C for me. Mid-C. I don't dislike him. I like him. I find him really amusing, but there's a lot more that I want to see before I see Striker come back, you know?
Sure. All right. Temp?
I actually gave Stryker a B. I like this character a lot. He's very John Carpenter. He is, I think, is exactly what you need in something like MK3. And even in the context of MK3, I think he's fine. I think he's exactly what he needs to be when you look at the grand scope of that story. His gameplay is good in 9. His strings are bad. That's why you don't see Stryker a lot in MK9, because he has really bad strings, and his best string has a terrible gap in it. And that's kind of his combo starter. And I think his other really good tools are kind of locked behind meter, and you really need meter in MK9. That's almost like your life gauge when it comes to breaker. You can't really afford to give that up, especially in a matchup like Cyrax, where you could just die if you get hit. A net could mean death. So I think he's very unique. And I don't know, we just did Sonia. And I did not give her a very good score. So I don't love the contrast that we're doing Striker right to Sonia, but I just resonate more with Striker. I think he's more interesting. And you can do more with him. He doesn't have a Kano holding him back. And I like the design. I think the design is good. I understand some people have negative connotations with cops, but I don't see him really as a cop even. He's one of Raiden's chosen warriors. I think he's kind of transcended that. So none of that really bothers me. So I give him a B.
You know what you do? You have him retire and join a hippie commune. But he kept the guns.
And the cap. And the cap.
And the cap.
As well as the cap.
Of course he kept the cap.
And the horse from MKX.
Yes. That horse is great.
He leaves the police to join a task force called the Defenders of the Realm, which operates out of a cave on Nightwolf's reservation and has dragon-shaped jets.
Just adapt that. Just do it. Fix everything.
All right. So we've got 2 C's and a B. I had him at a C. I like Striker. So he's like a high C for me, but yeah, he's not one of my favorites. I definitely don't dislike him by any means. I think I resonate most with Shad in that he's there. I would like to see him come back eventually. He's not on my like priority list by any means. I'd be interested to see what they do with him in a non-Mortal Kombat 3 focused story. So who knows what that looks like. But yeah, I'd be curious where they take him. But yeah, C. And I think that's 3 C's, so he stays at a C. Alrighty, well, next up we have Sub-Zero Kuao Yang. I have him at S tier. Easy S. Possibly one of the easiest for me. I love this character, as do most people. He is in my top 5 favorite characters. I mean, I would play him in most of the games. He'd pretty much be my go-to beyond my main. he was always like a for sure have to try him in every single game. As far back as UMK3, MK2, MK4. It was pretty much always Liu and Sub were the pretty much they were always the safe fallbacks if no other characters spoke to me. So yeah, I love me some Sub-Zero, and yeah, I honestly don't know what else to say. I mean, he's just like it's kind of like the Scorpion factor where he's just so up there for me that I feel like I would just be stating the obvious the more I get into it, but yeah, Sub-Zero S tier for me. Temp.
I also have Sub-Zero in S tier. This was the character I was referencing earlier. The reason why I can't put Scorpion in S tier is because I honestly think him and Kuai Liang are on different levels. And that was largely how I made my decision. I still love both characters, but I do not think any character compares to Sub-Zero, Kuai Liang, in terms of writing or just general character history. I think, like with Deadly Alliance, it was very hard to argue he was not one of the most well-written characters. So yeah, S.
Alrighty. Chad?
So the only problem Kuai Liang has is this. Once you're at the top, there's nowhere really else to go but down. It's hard to stay there forever. It's impossible. And for those of us who grew up with the Midway timeline, Kuai Liang Sub-Zero was easily the most well-written, well-advanced, well-fleshed out character in the entire series. He had basically his own entire soap opera outside of the main storyline. He has his entire cast of supporting characters and villains and nemesis. How many like side characters can say that they have like not one but two major arch enemies like Noob Saibot and Sektor? Not many. Hardly anyone.
And Hotaru.
And Hotaru.
I'm sorry, my bad. Continue.
Very popular and prominent character Hotaru,
Yes.
who we put at checks notes a C.
Unanimous too.
Well, that's the problem with Hotaru is that he's not involved with Sub-Zero enough.
That's true.
In some ways, I kind of don't blame them for trying to make Sub-Zero a robot, though I have to wonder what the end game was. Because it's like, what do you really do with the guy once he's reached that peak, you know? Like, about the only thing that he hasn't done yet is successfully pass, like, the mantle of Grandmaster on to a new generation and retire. Sub-Zero is, like, the benchmark that we all want our favorite MK characters to get to. That we all want all of our MK characters to get to someday over the course of, like, however many games. Realistically, in order for every character that we love to actually get that amount of depth and love, MK games will be coming out long after we're dead, and all the characters we love still won't have that, you know?
Yep.
When 12 comes out, if they decide to go a completely different route with them, like, I don't know about making him evil or whatever, but maybe have him go on a different path, I can't say that I'll blame them. It is really hard for them to improve upon what has already happened with him. He is an S, there's absolutely no question. I don't feel like I have to justify it or explain it any further. Timeless gameplay, incredible fatalities, as part of the Sub-Zero identity, I suppose, Natch the Spine Rip and whatnot, being Bihan's first. It's just, where do you go from here? And I honestly don't know. Unless you have to tell that same story over again, which again, I don't blame you if you want to do. But where else do you take the guy? He's already been everywhere. Solid S.
Alrighty, Razor.
So, we were just talking about how Smoke has such a great story that keeps not going anywhere, and we have characters like Serena who are like, there's so much potential, but they just have so few appearances, and that potential is never realized. Sub-Zero, in the old timeline, is the only real example of a character who lives up to all of their potential. Like, he has multiple arcs where he goes through development and changes. There's like 3 separate ones, and each one completes and each one flows into the next logically. he's the most consistently written character who never like is derailed by a bad appearance or a left field twist to the story. It all just makes sense. And the closest to that, the only other character who comes that close in the franchise is old timeline Kitana. But, you know, we talk about them not knowing what to do with her after 3. And we talk about not knowing what to do with Kuai Liang after Deception Armageddon. Like, the new timeline, they just got to the same place. He's the Grandmaster of the clan. Frost turns on him. What's next? And like we've been saying, the logical thing to do next would be he has a kid and he passes on all of his shit to that kid the way it was passed on to him, and then he fucking dies of old age. But they're never going to pull that trigger because it would be too far from status quo. So as much of a shame as that is, that like you can't really finish his arc, they've finished so many of his arcs. So I gotta give, he's my favorite character of all time. He is the top of the S. He's the number one character on the thing. And the reason, like, Noob Saibot, Scorpion, Smoke, Serena, I put all these guys in S's. Half of the reason they're so good is because they're characters that are part of Kuai Liang's story.
Alrighty. So unanimous S's. That's that makes sense. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to expect. That being said, moving on to Tanya, Razor.
I do want to say one more thing.
Okay.
Sure.
He does all of this completely and totally independently of the virtue of being a franchise mascot. Doesn't even need it. That's how amazing the character has been.
Sometimes that's like, it's honestly the best. I mean, there have been like always equating it to like wrestling things. You had Hulk Hogan, who was the face of wrestling for all those years, but then you had Macho Man Randy Savage, and I would venture to guess Macho Man Randy Savage, especially in retrospect, has way more love, and just he just has such a bigger popularity. He may not be as known as Hogan or as much of a household name, but he is so close. He's like right, it's just nipping at Hogan's heels. And that's Sub-Zero and Scorpion. Scorpion might get all the fanfare and the backing of the company all the time and the poster boy, but Sub-Zero might just be more lovable.
Yeah, I mean, like, Mickey Mouse is the Disney logo, but don't you like Donald or Goofy better?
Yeah. So,
And
I
on
mean,
to Shad's point, we didn't even need to talk about gameplay or his designs. His so many great designs he's had.
It's just
yeah.
almost everything has been fucking perfect, barring like Deception, Old Man, Bald, except for Long Ponytail sub. Which what's that? That aside, it's been pretty damn great.
Yep, absolutely. It's just so good. So
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, he is surprisingly consistent with costumes, it's true.
That being said, Tanya.
Yeah, Tanya. I gave Tanya a... Where is she actually? I gave her a low A. I really do like Tanya. I think that because like most of her appearances have been like 3D era ones, like she was introduced in 4. She is kind of slept on or seen as like generic. She did start out as a palette swap of Katana. But I find Tanya really endearing, partially because she's like of the girls who like look kind of like ninjas, or like the girls who female chameleon may or may not have moves from. She's the only one who has never worked for Shao Kahn, and she has completely her own story separate from Kitana, Melina, and Jade. I think it's really interesting to have a character from the Edenian Resistance who, like, when Kitana switches to their side and brings back Edenia, and Kitana and Sindel are sitting on the throne, there's Tanya in the background going, didn't she kill a whole bunch of us? We're just gonna forget about that. We're okay with them being in charge. That doesn't seem right to me.
Mhm.
And then I've always loved her moves. She has, Cammy's drill kicks. I really enjoy her the thing they gave her an X where she can put like the purple mist on you, and if you manage to do it, then her next fireball does extra damage. That's a neat trap. I think it's a bummer that they sort of keep running out of ideas with her moveset and defaulting to let's give her weapons. I don't think those work for her. She strikes me more
Yeah.
as someone who should fight like a sorcery type of character.
You didn't like the pogo stick?
Like no, I
Yoshimitsu
didn't like.
stuff?
You can do the pogo stick with Sindel if you want. But like when I think of Tanya, I think of like the pyromancer variation as the real Tanya, I guess. Like it makes sense to me that she was like trained in magic. And it even fits with the fact that Edenians worship Delia, who is the Lady of Flame.
Mm-hmm.
Like I also I am a big fan of the way that they have characterized Tanya in relation to, say, Melina in MKX. Like the idea of these are both characters who have a history of using their sexuality as a weapon, and it's kind of interesting to see them using each other on a certain level. Like some people have romanticized that pairing and see them as an OTP. I think that's a couple of convenience, and that Melina just will take whatever allies will show her any affection at all, whereas Tanya will do whatever it takes to get to the top. I always got that, like, before they started giving Melina seductress traits in the 3D era, I thought that was what Tanya was doing in 4, and that's why she, like, sits with her cooch in your face before she breaks your neck in her MK4 fatality. um, but yeah, I don't know. Like, she doesn't have enough appearances, and she does have some unrealized potential. But she's also been in like more than enough games for me to not hold that against her. I liked her in 4, I liked her in Deception, I liked her in X. That's enough for me to make her like a low A.
Alrighty. Shad.
Yeah, I gotta like bring up the weapon point first. They keep on trying to give her like these weird, ill-fitting weapons, like those weird like bladed tonfa things in Deception, and then like the pogo stick, and I kind of feel like they got it right the first try in 4. Like she was always this hodgepodge of like Akuma, Cammy, and Chun-Li a little bit. She had the Hazan Shu, the cannon drill, Akuma's air fireballs. And I'm like, I'm surprised that there's not like a legion of like Capcom Street Fighter players like rallying with this character. She should be everything you need. So I like that. Um, great fatalities. I liked her like little twisty spin on the kiss of death that like shattered all of her bones in 4. The triple neck spin or like the triple angle neck spin was great too. In some ways, I sometimes don't blame them for like giving Devora the traitor for Shinnok angle that they did in X. Because once you play that card once, you kind of can't really do it again. So the question then becomes, yeah, where do you take her? What do you do with her? And I was actually a pretty big fan also of them pairing her off with Melina, and I could actually buy it either way. Maybe it's a relationship of convenience, or maybe these are just two extremely messed up people that could find a little bit in common with each other. And not like Melina doesn't deserve something. So yeah, I think the only problem is that she's not in enough stuff. She's been in a lot, but when I talk about Stryker coming back, and there are characters I want to see more of before I get him back, Tanya's kind of one of those examples. I like her a whole bunch, and I'd like to see a lot more of her. Just, decide whether or not like the face paint is like raccoon makeup or a domino mask or whatever is going on there. I don't know. I was fine with her not even having it, to be honest. I think I still think of MK4 Tanya when I think of Tanya the most out of all of them.
Alrighty.
On my listing, I initially gave her like a high C, but I'm gonna change that. She's a mid B. definitely a mid B.
Alrighty, Temp.
I have her in B as well. To be honest, not one of my favorite characters. I really like her gameplay though. I love Pyromancer. I thought that was a great design. Uh, Everyone hyped up the pogo stick, but no one really ended up using that like at all. It was really the throwing shit in the Pyromancers where she was competitively. Historically, she's a very important character to the FGC, just because she was so busted when she came out. I think they patched her like the next day after CEO 2015.
That was such a
Um,
bummer because I, wanted her to main her, and then she was no longer viable.
no, she was fine. She was still good, but she was a lot
I
of
mean,
work. Though. She was hard.
Pyromancer was no longer something that I was capable of using to its fullest potential.
It's just funny though because Top Tanya is still a meme to this day, and yeah, I don't really have very strong feelings on the character. It's funny because despite all this stuff I've said about Pyromancer, um, how Shad thinks of MK4 with Tanya, I think of Deception, just because it had been like so long since we had seen her, and that image is kind of burned to my mind. And you guys know me, I love the raccoon eyes. I love the Alice Cooper shit.
Yeah, I
So
dig it.
it's great, and yeah, she's a very good-looking character. So, but at the same time, like the lying narcissist is not really my jam.
Yeah.
I didn't really like her in MK4. Like when I saw her ending, I'm like, well, fuck this character. So, and that honestly, that's never really gone away. But I don't think that hurts her. It just kind of puts a ceiling on her. I generally don't gravitate towards characters like that. But
I don't know about,
I mean, B is good, like I always say. What's up, Shed?
I don't know about narcissist, more like self-preservation, survivalist, will do whatever it takes to get ahead. I don't know if she's in love with herself, it's just that she can and will step on faces, doesn't matter whose face, to get what she wants.
I feel like those two things are distinct, correct? But I feel like they spawn from the same psychology. I could be wrong about that. I'm like my background's not in psychology. I don't know shit about it. But it just
the general point is you don't like women with like villainous traits or even like mean ones, which is why you don't like Sonia.
I don't like men who have mean traits and like shitty like no, that's not necessarily true, but I'd have to pull up the select screen to really find a good example. But B is a good score. And but I really think it's important to reiterate, if you put Sonia's personality in a man, I think it would be worse, not better. I really, really don't like MKX Sonia. I think the women part is mostly coincidence, but you're right. I can't think of a female villain counterexample at the moment. Although maybe not true in other fighting games. I think I could find one pretty quickly in a different fighting game, but you're right. For Mortal Kombat, I can't think of anything. I'd have to meditate on that. But again, B is a very good score. Good designs, good costumes, great gameplay. Yeah, fun character. I think she screwed over Rain once. That was funny.
That's always funny.
It's a good laugh. It brings everyone together.
Yeah.
Question for you while we're here. All is she a ninja? Yes or no?
So again, she started life as a palette swap of Katana, but it was an unmasked version of Katana. So for me, because Tanya's never worn a mask, she is not a ninja.
Are the females ninjas? I always looked at them as like assassins.
Assassins.
So here's the thing. Here's my philosophy on it: is that first of all, if you want to narrow just the word ninja down to what it means in the Japanese language, I would use the word shinobi for that. I would say Scorpion is the only shinobi because he's the only ninja who's from Japan.
Right.
But the word ninja has been an English language word since at least the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So any martial artist in a mask who uses even the slightest bit of stealth or trickery, I consider a ninja. And also outworld like aesthetics and culture, starting from Shao Kahn down, it's very Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
So like if an outworlder is a masked assassin, an outworlder's a ninja. Because Outworld is fantasy Japan.
So you would say that she belongs to the same archetype or aesthetic as Katana, Melina, and Jade, then?
except for the fact that she's never worn a mask, which is why I consider her not a ninja.
Okay.
Aaron Black wears a
It's
mask.
it's a point of
Aaron Black
contention.
is a
Like,
I'm
cowboy
joking.
ninja. I do
I'm,
consider Aaron Black half ninja, half cowboy.
I'm shit posting, but yeah.
I asked this because like when they gave her like
Cabal.
when they gave Chameleon Tanya's
Different kind of
powers
mask.
in Armageddon, along with like those of like of the three girls, it started driving me nuts because I never considered her to be the yellow one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, female chameleon would not have Tanya moves if I was making a game.
So for me, Tanya, I agree with Temp. She was never one of my favorites. I especially don't love the fact that she stole so many things from Devora's story. But that being
the-
said, I'm just fucking around. uh, no, but seriously, all jokes aside, yeah, she was never one of my favorites. She still isn't, but she's grown on me over the years. I definitely liked her design in MKX, so I wouldn't mind seeing her come back. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever mained or even like really played Tanya, I guess is a better way to say that. She's just never been really on my radar. I mean, she was kind of fun in 4. I agree with like the drill kick and stuff like that being a lot of fun. I mean, in general, I'm very much in agreement with Temp. You throw cartwheel shit into a character, they're already like gonna be someone I enjoy. That's just how it is. I love that stuff. It goes a long way. But yeah, she's not bad by any means though. So I give her a B as well. So yeah, I don't really have much else to add to what you guys added already. I think that's 3 Bs and an A, right?
I think so.
All right.
Seems right.
I mean,
Goes down to a B.
I would have given her a B, but I gave Jade a B, and I wanted to illustrate that I like Tanya slightly better than Jade.
Sure. All right. And then on to Taven. Ah, this is tough. I do not like Taven. It's it's not like it's not like a hate. I'll just put that out there. It's just more of like an apathetic. Just don't really care about Taven. I said on previous episodes of this series that as their games went on, once they hit Deception, I felt like the amount of new characters being introduced that I liked got lesser and lesser as the games went on. And once we hit Deadly Alliance, it was kind of like half the new characters I liked. Once we hit Deception, it was like, a fifth of the new characters that they introduced that I liked. And then when we got to Armageddon, I was just like this Taven and Dagon stuff I just could not get into. So I got really nothing to say about him. I'll put him in the D. It's not like quite fuck him, but it's not like there couldn't be anything there, right? Obviously, he falls under the camp of if he was brought back, I'm sure they could do things with this character and change the gameplay and actually like flesh him out and do all that type of stuff. But what's there right now, I don't love, and I feel like to make him interesting, it's not one of those characters like a Shujinko where the potential's right there in front of us. They just have to capitalize on it. To me, I don't see that with Taven. To me, I look at him more like a Dairu or something like that, where it's like you're really going to have to completely, not necessarily start from scratch, but there's just nothing screaming out to me about how to make this character interesting. So D for me. Temp.
Now, this may or may not surprise people. I actually give him a B. I'm sort of an MK Armageddon apologetic, and I have a soft spot for that game, and I don't think there's anything wrong with Taven. It's very similar logic to Kai. I don't think Kai did anything wrong, and I feel very similar about Taven. I think there's real potential there. I thought his gameplay with the armor idea was strong. I like the whole brother dynamic. I like how he sits, where he sits in the lore. I thought they integrated him kind of organically, despite him being very abruptly he kind of showed up out of nowhere, but it somehow works for me. So yeah, I don't have a lot to say because there isn't much to say, but I think people are really hard on Armageddon, and I would treat him like I would treat a brand new character in a new NRS game. So if I'm not gonna like rip open Collector, I wouldn't do that to Taven. And Taven only had one chance to shine, even though I like Taven a lot better than Collector, if I'm being honest. That's just a throwaway example. But yeah, I think he's fine. I think Armageddon is fine. I think him, like many other characters, did what they needed to do when they showed up, and they were never given another chance again. I think he's cool. So I don't like the fact that he explicitly looks like Ben Affleck. That does kind of bother me a bit, but everything else is cool. Yeah, so solid B.
All right. Just crazy talk. But anyways, Shad.
Pretty tricky, if I'm being honest. The things I like the most about Taven are his personality. He's kind of like the Edenian equivalent of Stryker in that he's got this kind of, what the hell is actually happening around me? Who are you? Why are you in my mother's house? What the hell is this quest? Where am I? What's this weirdo with a mask accosting me for? I wasn't even supposed to be here today. You know?
The many questions of Taven.
It's kind of his entire vibe. He's just put upon and really fed up, and he just wants to go home and go to bed. And I kind of feel for the guy.
Yeah.
But the most interesting thing about him is honestly kind of his brother, who kind of broke away years before him and started his own clan. I don't mind saying that, like, I kind of barely remember his moveset. Like, it wasn't bad, but it's just kind of not memorable. There's the seeds of something there, but again, he's so kind of like tied into the whole thing with Blaze and then his mom, and like, I wouldn't mind seeing him back. I like him, but the circumstances, the stars have to like align just right. Whereas I could see them bringing Dagon back completely independent of him. So he's a mid to low C for me. I like him a lot, but I just don't know what you'd do with him. It would actually be easier to do this with Shujinko, you know?
All right. Where did you rate him? I missed it.
Yeah, what was the letter?
Mid C.
Okay.
Yeah.
Razor?
So, Taven's a tricky one. I could absolutely understand a person giving him a D or an F. I think so like we talk about all the things we liked about Shujinko, and I actually think that Taven in his dialogue, like his spoken personality, he has more personality than Shujinko, and that he's more interesting in that way, because I really enjoy the scenes in his conquest where when he comes up against someone like giving him a fetch quest or a task to do, he's all like, "Oh, of course you want me to do the thing. God damn it." There's this I don't want to be here, and he's like sarcastic about it, and I enjoy that. And unlike Temp, I actually really like that his face is explicitly Ben Affleck, because as someone who grew up loving the View Askew movies, at least up until after Clerks 2, like that's the last good one. I have a unique and personal reaction when I see Ben Affleck's face, because I associate him with Kevin Smith. But other than those things, Taven just has an incredibly uninspired and bland character design and move set, and I do like Dagon better than him. So I put him on C with Dagon, but I put him behind Dagon in the order.
Okay. So we've got D, 2 C's, and a B. So that would go out to a C. Put him right here. And I want to say this before I forget, because I always forget to mention it later on in the actual video. For anybody listening, as this is premiering, make sure to leave a like. Much appreciated. On that note, Razor, Tremor.
I give Tremor a C. I don't know that we needed him, but I really liked what they did with him in X. Like they actually got creative with his moveset, and I thought it turned out really good. He's a member of the Black Dragon Gang, and he's, a member who takes orders from another guy. He's a henchman to Kano. So it's just really hard to imagine story-wise wanting to see him too often. Or like cool things that he could contribute to a narrative. Is very, very meh average. Like, if I'm giving Baraka and Reptile a C because they're just henchmen, I gotta give Tremor a C because he's just a henchman,
Yeah. All right. So we got a C so far, Shad?
I don't mind eating crow. For a really, really long time, I disliked Tremor. I disliked the people who liked Tremor because I knew that the people who liked Tremor only liked Tremor because he was a goddamned ninja, not because he could do anything particularly unique or special or anything that Jax couldn't do. He was just a ninja version of Jax with a ground pound and a bouncy fireball in the worst game out of MK history. So I'm like, why do you want another one? We already have like 10. We're good. And then X comes along after all these years and proves me fucking wrong. I love what they did with him. Like, solid character design, like, really wise decision to make him like this earth elemental dude. I even like the weird beard Thanos chin that he's got going on. He looks good, like, without the mask and with the mask. Excellent costumes. Fun as hell to play. Probably one of, like, the best DLC choices for the entire NRS era of games. But like Razor said, the only thing that really hampers him back is the fact that he's kind of attached to like the Black Dragon and Kano. I suppose I wouldn't mind seeing like a bit of background there. I wouldn't mind seeing them interact. But by virtue of that fact, if you're going to attach him to Kano, what's he going to do but like be the MK11 Cabal to that story, but just sit there and follow orders, I'd like something, assuming we're doing something brand new going forward. I want to see how this guy was one of the few people to leave the Lin Kuei and get away with it. Maybe have him be the link between, like, the cyber initiative gear that the Black Dragon's peddling that the Lin Kuei get their hands on. There's room to tell a really interesting story with this character now. So, very high C. Top of the C's for me.
All right. Ted?
I don't like Tremor. I give him a D. I did not want him back in MKX, and when he showed up, he felt like a guest character to me. I think his design is fine, but I'm already not the biggest fan of Earth powers, at least not generally. Nothing in his story sold me at all. Nothing in his intro dialogues sold me at all. I think his design it's not bad. Like, it looks good. It's like a kind of like an Earth ninja golem person. It's fine, but yeah, just I don't. There's just not a lot there for me, and there's no like really interesting character relationship or like event where he does something that catalyzes him towards like a better ranking. Um, I just have nothing to latch onto. I'm kind of digging through this character. While y'all were talking, I was going through like his like wikis and shit. I'm like, okay, well maybe there's something, but I have there's nothing for me here. There's nothing for me here in this character. I don't hate him. I don't think he should never be back. Uh, it doesn't particularly bother me, but he just feels non-canon. Like, nothing about him felt like it stuck, and I felt that exact same way about MK9 Scarlett, and she came back, and she's awesome now. Although I thought she was all right back then. I thought her design was really jank, but MK9, I didn't hate her. I thought the gameplay was okay. Yeah, there is nothing for me here in this character. I have nothing to latch on, so I'm going to give him a D.
For me, he was a high C. I thought his design was pretty cool. His gameplay seemed pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, he's a ninja, so that goes a long way. And I thought he was done in a pretty cool fashion. It definitely, I think those who really wanted Tremor were satisfied with what they got, and those who were against Tremor or the idea of Tremor turned a new leaf in a lot of ways. Like, he impressed them. He won them over. So I definitely think C makes sense. He's okay as of now, and his next appearance could see him go either way. I could easily see him erring towards going up if they continue the path that they're on, but they actually give him a role to play and make him, interesting personality wise, not just there to be a beat stick. But yes, that's why I lean towards a high C. But yeah, it remains to be seen. And then Taja, I have zero opinion on, so I'm not going to rank her like I did with No Face. Temp.
I don't know. I was thinking, but I was like, that'd be irresponsible. I barely know what this character looks like, so yeah, I'm gonna go no ranking.
Shad.
Okay, so this is gonna be funny. Out of all the special forces mooks, Tasia was the one I actually liked the most. Simply by virtue of the fact that she had like this neat little crisscross projectile, and like she rocked the spandex gear as well as Sonia did, in my opinion. Keep in mind, this is like 2001 era thoughts. And I like the whole dual wielding swords aspect of her. I thought she was a really cool villain, and I looked at all these guys, No Face, Tremor, and Tazi at the time, and I thought to myself, if one of these people seems like they could branch out and be their own character that comes back in a future fighting game, it's her. I still think that. I still like to see that. But rating on what's actually here rather than what we're hoping for. And Tasia hasn't really done anything. She wasn't she wasn't even in Snowblind apparently. They put No Face into Snowblind, and Razor's going to talk about this in a minute. It bothers me, you know. I guess I'm grateful that she got that MKX cameo, but when the best thing I can say about you is that being paired with Jarek is a high point in your career, you have nowhere to go but up. So it's a very low D, but I feel like there's the seeds of something there. I still wish that there could be. How sad is it that we're talking about this character and that, like, we're not even ranking, like, the mythology's gods? I don't even know. Why am I here? Why are you in my house? What's this quest? Alright, I'm done.
So
What did
a
you
little
rate
bit
her?
of
Low D. Because
Okay.
there's nothing there but what I want to be there. And what's there is not enough.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so there's a little bit of a story here. So when we were picking which of the Mortal Kombat characters things on tier maker to use, I was the one who encouraged using the one we're currently using. I was the one who found that one, and the main reason was just because the portraits look so much nicer. I mean, yeah, a lot of them are the Armageddon versions of the characters, so you have to look at Zombie Liu Kang. But these portraits are just so much more colorful and sharp than the ones from X and 11. But there was a secondary reason I wanted to use this tier, and it was because No Face and Tasia are on it. Because I wanted to put No Face in D and Tasia in F to illustrate that I feel the exact opposite of Shad, and I've always hated what a blank slate this character is.
All right.
I maintain having a flamethrower and apparently being very bad at using it vis-a-vis his face does not constitute interesting. I will take the
It
chick with the two
implies
swords.
a backstory, which is more than she's got.
Tasha has a backstory of at least learning how to use two swords. No Face has a backstory of looking directly into an active flamethrower. You should not trust this man on your battlefield.
I'm just like, pyromania is a real world condition. These people can't help themselves, and you're shaming him.
But we've got a robot that does that better. All right, let's just move on.
Alrighty. So we've got a D and an F between the both of you.
Yeah.
Please just
Uh,
put her in low D, man. She doesn't
yeah,
deserve
yeah,
to
yeah,
be
yeah.
there
When
next
we get to, we'll
Ron
just
and
keep her at the
Toriko.
end here, and then we can worry about it once we get to the shuffling. Scarlett.
Scarlett. So Temp said something just now when we were talking about Tremor that he didn't like MK9 Scarlet and he was happy with the 11 version. I feel strongly the opposite. I really, really do not
Well,
like
I got to
it.
interject because that's not what I said. I said the MK9 model did not look that good. It was kind of jank, but she looks
Okay.
better now, or something like that. But no, that's
Even
not.
it's
I
fair
don't
enough.
endorse the MK11 story. I don't endorse that lore.
Fair enough. I still like the way she looks in 9 better than in 11. Even that. I
That model, though. But I'm sorry. Go on.
yeah, no, everybody has bad anatomy, but her hairstyle and clothes were more interesting. But yeah, the Scarlet in MK9 was a very bare bones thing. It was just sort of female Ermac, and I get why somebody wouldn't be into that. And her moves they felt very much like knockoffs of Melina's, in the same way that if you went back in time to MK2 and 3, how they were giving Scorpion Spear to every hidden character. So yeah, she there wasn't much there. But I like the idea of Shao Kahn creating a golem out of blood a billion times more than I like the idea that he goes out into the streets, picks up orphans, and raises them alongside Kitana and Melina. That is so not Shao Kahn. And the most annoying thing to me in all of 11, I hate it more than I hate Chronica. I hate it more than I hate Aftermath Sindel. The thing I hate most is Scarlet and Collector constantly talking about how they're from the streets and they didn't have things growing up. And Shao Kahn did this for them and Shao Kahn did that for them. They're the same character, and that character is obnoxious.
You weak, pathetic child. Come with me and I'll give you a home and food. Too easy.
I could in 10 seconds take the blood golem and add more to it, and it would be way better than all of the depth that people think the orphan who was taught blood magic has in 11. So yeah, Scarlet's a D. I would have put her higher if it was just the 9 version. The 9 version's at least a C.
Alrighty, Shad.
I have a lot of love for Scarlett, and she was one of the best things about 9 to me. She was the fulfillment of like another old arcade era promise and rumor. I was one of the arcade kids who like used to bandy that one about, you know? Like if you like beat someone with nothing but like high punches or low kicks or whatever, or just sweeps, and stand in front of this living forest tree and uppercut them, the tree will eat them, then you'll go to hell and you'll fight Scarlet there, and it'll be all heavy metal and it'll be awesome. So when they actually made her a thing, parallel to Ermac being a collection of souls, her being a golem of like flesh and bodies, it was perfect to me. And I love the fact that, like Razor mentioned, she was kind of the equivalent to Melina as a secret character that Jade started out as, like Kitana in UMK3. I saw right away what they were going for, and I was all for it. And I love her. I love like the blood mancy. Everything about her in 9 was perfect to me. I even love the moveset. I still do. Jury's still kind of out for me on 11. I could give or take the Transylvanian accent. The orphan origin sucks. I squint and I headcanon into Shao Kahn found an orphan and threw it in a blood pool. And, like, I'm not a fan of, like, most of her outfits in 11. One or two here or there, but if I could just hand wave that away and just stick with the 9 version, I'd be really, really much happier. But I suppose I have to take the 11 version in consideration. Don't die. Blood Scythes aren't too bad. I like those. Those are pretty cool. Mid to low C. She belongs next to like Shiva and Rain, I think.
I also just noticed for some reason it reset the alphabetical order on some of the later ones, even though I set them specifically again before I started. So I don't know what the hell happened there. But anyways, I was wondering, like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense.
Ozia, Scarlett, the
Hmm.
alphabet. Yay!
I'm
But-
okay ending on Triborg. That's fine by me.
That's when we were always supposed to end. We were always going to end on him anyways. He is the last of the alphabetical. But yeah, it's weird that it reset it on me, even though I have changed it, but every single time. Anyways, all right, Tip.
So I have Scarlett at a B. I don't really endorse either of her stories. I guess I like her personification better in 11, but I don't like the orphan stuff either, just because there's some implicitly weird sexual stuff about it that makes you very uncomfortable. I don't like it.
She does want to marry Shao Kahn. Like, oh, he raised me, but also I want to be his queen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gross.
there's some weird
thank you.
Freudian shit to it. And the fact that it's an orphan doesn't make it any better. As a matter of fact, like I think they wrote that in because they were trying to make it less weird, and that makes it the fact that they were trying to make it less weird makes it more weird to me. But so I don't know. Like, I think her gameplay is really sick. I love the way she looks in the MK2 costume in MK11. I think she looks so cool. They really hit a home run with her face in MK11. She looks so good to me. And yeah, the only problem with the golem is I don't want a silent female ninja. That doesn't win me over either.
See,
At least it
everybody-
doesn't make me uncomfortable. But
Everybody
yes, go on.
talks so much now. I would give anything to have one character on the roster who doesn't have intros, who is a mute. I would give anything for just one.
That's fair. That's fair. I would say, what's up, Cyborg?
I was gonna say that could be male
Oh.
chameleon. I could see that.
I don't want male chameleon back though.
It would be something to endear him to you. He
I
knows
mean,
when to
yes,
shut up.
It would help.
How do you
but I-
know he's not in every single scene and just not talking
Here's
the way
the thing:
you want?
if male chameleon was in a game and he was the mute character, then I would change my opinion to I wish there were two mute characters, because I just don't want Scarlett to talk.
Technically, he's always been around, which means he's never been talking.
I will say I don't need every character to have like a strong story presence, and I guess I'd have to think about it, but maybe I'm down to reducing that to not talking. Maybe it depends. There's not really much of a future to the character if you do that, though. They tend to not come back when stuff like that happens. So if you like Scarlet gameplay, that's a gamble.
So here's the thing about the Blood Golem is that you could start with a character who doesn't talk, and the interesting thing could be them slowly developing free will and becoming a person and learning to talk and things like that.
Sure, yeah. Assuming they would do that. It's all dice throwing, but yeah, I would be fine with that. But the selection as a whole, because I don't really like either of her stories, did come down to design and gameplay. And I do like most of her designs. I like what MK9 was supposed to be, but the female models, their bodies are so badly modeled that I can't even look at the design. It looks unnatural and weird. But the costume idea is fine. It's very I don't know. It almost has like a DOA vibe. I'm fine with it. It doesn't bother me. Her gameplay is strange because in MK9, she's like Street Fighter's Ibuki on steroids. Only instead of the neck break, she has a slide, but she has the same sort of kunai aerial like attacks, which is fine. What made her even weirder is that her slide is actually safe if you space it right. Very unconventional for Mortal Kombat standards, although we would see more stuff like that later. But it was cool. I like how difficult it was to make that character work, and because of that, you never really saw her competitively, but she was very strong. Then we get to 11, which I also like, but it's weird, because now we went from Ibuki to Rose mixed in with Glacius from Killer Instinct. It's a very strange gameplay design, but no one else really plays like that in Mortal Kombat. And I really had fun, because when you get her gameplay down and are able to open up characters, I do love her combo construction. When there's no breakaway, kind of stepping in. So yeah, Scarlett's a B. I think this character's cool. The red female ninja also kind of gives her a few like bonus points, but I think like she earned her place gameplay wise and design wise.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. She's a B for me as well. I story be damned, retcon or weird change up between 9 and 11 be damned. For me, I love the design in 11. I mean, in 9 it was okay. I thought it was okay, I should say. Speaking just from my own opinion, but it didn't it didn't call out to me as much, but I love the uniqueness of the 11 design. I like the more desert look and all that shit with the headgear and the goggles and all that stuff. It doesn't. It's probably not the idea of what this character was to other people, and I like the long like coats and the long ass sash, or the loincloth or whatever. I really love her design in 11. Just right out of the gate, I really like it. I love her voice. I love her haircut, her gameplay. I think I'm on the opposite end of like Razor and them, just in the idea that I much prefer. I was talking to Shred at one point, and he was saying kind of the same thing, where he preferred the 9 gameplay. He wanted to be more assassin like with the knives and all that stuff. And my opposite end, uh, where I come from, is more we have a lot of that already throughout the series, like the assassin, the female assassin archetype being fulfilled. We don't have the Bloodmancer mage kind of stuff going on, at least not in this way. So I much more feel like that sets her apart. And so yeah, that's what interests me. I thought her 11, design wise and gameplay wise, like Temp said, I absolutely really like. I dig it a lot. So yeah, I would love to see her come back and all that. And yeah, I put her at a B. Probably a low B. I mean, she hasn't, like I said, the story aspects are weird. And
Well,
in that regard, but just everything else about her I really enjoy.
just to clarify, I do like moves wise. I think I prefer 11. I think the blood magic is interesting. And design wise, I said that I like 9 a lot better. To be clear, I do like the story mode skin in 11, the
Right.
like evening gownish looking one.
Yeah.
I don't like any of her other skins except for like the MK2 and 3 retros. And
Sure.
I like the idea of Kasumi from Dead or Alive, but in Mortal Kombat better.
Right.
Like that's what I liked about 9. In reality, 9 was too skimpy, but it looks like Kasumi, and I want like MK Kasumi, I guess.
Yeah. In a perfect world, we get it all. We get her 11 type aesthetic, and then we also get the 9. I know they didn't feature that ultimately in 11 for whatever reason. They even put her comic outfit in there, but eventually, but
I was gonna say, I think that's the outfit that I really liked to
the
have
comic
back
one.
is the comic one.
Yeah.
You give me the 9 moveset, the comic, or like the alt version where she's got like the long hair and the mask and like the thigh pads. I can deal with that. I don't need like the bikini from 9 or like the goggles from 11. Somewhere in there is a version that works perfectly for me. But I'll
Yeah.
die alone on this 9 moveset hill if I
I
have
found
to.
that I
In
found
a
the comic outfit weird because it's an all black sneak suit, and then it has like her little loinclothy thing. And that's the only like Scarlett thing on the outfit, and it doesn't fit with the rest of the outfit.
I mean, I changed the color scheme up probably just a little bit. Bit less black, perhaps. I think this sees something good there.
So are we settling on and just to follow up on what you're saying, Chad, I think ultimately if you want to make all fans of Scarlet happy, if we're ditching variations, because that would have been the easy answer, is just do a variation that's like 9 variation, that's like 11. But if we're ditching that, just kind of take the best of all, best of everything. Take her best Bloodmancer stuff, and then bring back the knives and stuff like that into more sneaky assassin type stuff, and then you just make one super badass character with a complete moveset, um
Yeah.
so between two B's, a C, and a D, I think that ultimately goes high C.
I think so.
So we'll put her up maybe somewhere over here, and we'll just worry about it once we get to the reshuffling. But that would take it to Takeda for me. Takeda, I'll put him at a B. It's a low B for me. It's like between a low B and a high C. I still prefer Cassie over Takeda, but I do like Takeda. There's a lot to love there. I like that he's Kenshi's son, but raised by Scorpion. It kind of gives him some interesting storyline to work with and interactions wise. So I dig that aspect. In the gameplay, the whips were interesting. Fuck you, Movado, I guess. But yeah, the whips were interesting. I guess it wasn't really whips, but you know what I mean. Bungee cords, whatever the fuck they are, no one knows. But yeah, the whips were interesting. The laser things were a little bit weirder. I didn't like that as much. I think they go all in on the whips and whatnot. I thought that was the more interesting aspect of the character. God, he was a pain in the ass to fight against. Shoutouts to Django. But yeah, I put him at a low B. I think we're bound to see him again. I don't know if it's gonna be 12 or what that looks like. Maybe he's just like a non-canon DLC if we're looking at like a reset in the past at some point. But yeah, I would imagine we have to get him again at some point. He was pretty popular, and it's crazy that he was left out of 11. Temp?
I gave him a B as well. Takeda's very uneven to me. I like the character. I like his story. I generally like his personality. His gameplay definitely has the kitchen sink problem where they gave him the Omega Red stuff, but they also gave him like a kind of a lightsaber, and then he has exploding kunai, and I just hate the primary costume in MKX. But it kind of all bounces out to a B. All that stuff can change, and I think will change. I don't think they're gonna make him like the weird like Metal Gear weapon specialist again. So yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say. I think he's cool though. He's definitely one of the better combat kids. I give him a B.
Alrighty, Shad.
I actually kind of feel the opposite. I feel like to me, Takeda's the least interesting of all the combat kids.
Hmm.
Like, I actually enjoy Jackie Warp, like warts and all.
Yeah.
I don't dig the fucking Metal Gear shit. I can't stand it. I can't stand the goddamn Neon Omega Red whips, the lightsabers. The most interesting part about this character is the ties that he has to Kenshi and to Scorpion. That's the interesting dynamic. So what do we do with that? We have a character who's possibly the first generation of the new Shirai Ryu, who is the bastard son of a dad who was never there, who's a master swordsman. What do we do? Let's put him in the special forces! The more you do this, the more you try to wedge everything under that goddamn umbrella, the more boring you make it. That's where all the G.I. Joe shit comes from. That's where all this Omega Red Neon Whip shit comes from. Somewhere in there was a good character, and you could realize that character by giving him, I don't know, traditional like kunai that explode, like actual like assassin tools and techniques. Maybe make him the ninja sword master that like the sword that Scorpion wears on his back all the time, which he doesn't even really need that much. He's already got a whip. Give those to Takeda. The first generation of a new breed of ninja, and he's part of the special forces. Yo, Joe. I can't fucking stand it. I look at him and I just see all this wasted potential. You know, it really bothers me. So, low C.
And on top of that, he's psychic.
All this
Just-
and looks too.
Yeah, he's got so much shit.
I forgot about that. It's that same problem
Yes.
that like fucking Kung Jin and like
Well-
Kotal Khan have. So much shit, a quarter of it useful. I forgot about the psychic thing. Christ.
So the thing, like, Takeda's supposed to be telepathic, but not telekinetic, and then they totally broke that by letting him call his lightsabers back to his hand when he drops them.
All right. Razor.
Yeah, so the thing of it is, Takeda is easily my favorite combat kid, like, no hesitation. But you guys are right, he is uneven as hell. I actually kind of like the cleverness of the fact that, well, his dad dresses like Solid Snake, so he should dress like Revengeance Guy. I think that's amusing. And I don't see it as a special forces outfit. I see it as like a ninja, but for the modern era or the future outfit. Like, I don't really think of him as a member of the special forces. The combat kids are all technically members of the special forces, but he and Jin are more like working with them rather than working for them. You know what I mean?
It's because of all the tech, man.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. And look, I would cut like a lot of those moves. Just like we talked about Jin having way too many things and Kotal having way too many things. Takeda really should just focus on the whips. I'd be okay with an exploding kunai here or there, but the lightsabers have got to go. And he had a teleport punch that he ripped off from Scorpion, which doesn't make sense. Scorpion can do it because of his hellfire powers. He's literally traveling to another dimension and then to the other side of you to hit you. Takeda
mean-
doesn't have that superpower.
I maintain that teleport punch started as some Naruto after image shit in MK1, and I'll stick by that. So for me, that's not so much of a problem.
I mean, but if it did have an after image, or if he like dropped a log where he was standing, absolutely. But graphically, when Takeda does it, it's a burst of fire.
It doesn't have to be hellfire, but I see where you're coming from.
I also don't know if I'd keep the whips. The whips are actually
The whips
I
are
don't
the
know what I would
core of his
keep.
character. They're the one thing you cannot take away. It's like Johnny without green shadows.
I don't know. Well, I'm trying to think of his variations. He had a whip-centric variation, and then he had the blade-centric variation. I
Yeah,
think
but
the
he
third
could
variation
still
was a scorpion
use
one.
whips for things, even in the variations that weren't the whip one. He still had a couple of whip moves. And he has whips for his fatalities. He has whips for his, like, win pose stuff. He is whips guy first and everything else second. And frankly, the fact that we're having this conversation is why I'm so glad Cyrax wasn't in MKX. Because I always said I don't want to play bombs only Cyrax and net only Cyrax. I want him to have all his moves in one thing.
Or ragdoll kick Cyrax.
Nothing but throw mix-ups all day.
He can only air throw. He has no other special moves.
But yeah, so I give Takeda B like the rest of you. All the combat kids are below him. But he could be better. There's some stuff that needs some fixing.
Alrighty. So we got 3 Bs and what did you rate him, Shad? A C? Or
Yeah,
D?
mid C or I forget.
Okay.
I
Sounds
forget.
like a low B is fine for him then. We can see how that shakes out. Last character then, before we reorganize a bit and solidify more actual placements, is Triborg.
I gave Triborg an F. I do not want to see him ever again. Nothing personal against him, but I don't believe we need one.
All right. Shad?
Cyber Chameleon was a cool thing just to have the one time. I reserve the F tier for people that I actively dislike. And I have no problem with Triborg existing. But yeah, his existence is something that we covered a little bit in the Sektor part of this whole thing, and I'm not so sure I need to see it again. He could be best served as like the prototype for a line of drones that Sektor could control. That's about all I really need from him. So, bottom of the D's.
Yeah, I give him an F. Nothing really to say. Just not a Triborg fan.
Yeah. You know, I'll say this much because I probably have been one of the most outspoken against Triborg. It was a thorn in my side just from concept alone. It's not that it's not even that. It's not that I hate the concept. It's that I hate what it felt like it represented and what it was going to mean for the characters that are already criminally underutilized, and that's Cyrax, Sektor, and Smoke. They're already fighting for spots, it seems like, these days. Back in the original timeline, the Midway era, it didn't feel like that was the case as much, even though they weren't the most used characters still. But you'd at least see one of them each game, and that's no longer the case. So when you don't have any of them on the base roster, and then you introduce this concept as late game DLC, like Combat Pack 2, and it's very well could be that they looked at that as featuring Cyrax, Sektor, and Smoke as DLC. Thus, why for some reason with 11 we still didn't even get them as DLC. Maybe they looked at it as, oh, we don't want to do DLC, the same DLC character twice in a row, something they haven't done yet. They've repeated DLC with like Rain, which felt like an exception, if anything. But I doubt they're going to do it 2 games in a row. So maybe they looked at it as that was those characters being represented. And if that's the case, then that really sucks. And then for Ed Boon to go on Twitter and say that Triborg is his favorite cyborg, more so than Cyrax, Sektor, and Smoke, really concerns me about all of those characters' futures, because then the idea of even what people have even suggested in the community that aren't really big fans of those characters have suggested that maybe we're going to start seeing, instead of seeing those individual characters anymore, maybe Triborg is what we get from now on, outside of rare cases where they want to put them in, story as their individual selves, of course. But then when it comes to playability, they just want to please all Cyborg fans. So then they just homogenize them into one select screen spot as Triborg, which is just a damn shame, because all of these characters deserve the love, and have their own stories, their own gameplay. They are their own unique characters. There's no reason to smash them all in there. Nobody would be happy if Chameleon represented 4 of the ninjas as those ninjas sat out. Like no other case would we do that. So that's just really strange to me. But that all aside, I did have a shit ton. I've had a shit ton of fun playing Triborg in the Mortal Kombat Ultimate UMK3 Plus that Shad showed us. And they introduced a Triborg in there. That was a lot of fun. It's not through variations, but you basically can play as all of them at the same time through the one character. You can utilize all their moves, and that's a really fun mechanic. So as like a fun little hidden character, like, old days type of deal, that's fun. As long as he's not taking the slots of the other cyborgs, and that's the important difference here between a chameleon, because a chameleon's never going to take the place of Sub-Zero, Scorpion, Reptile, etc. Like the main Ermac, the main ninjas that we get almost every game, or every other game at the very least, they're never going to be replaced by Chameleon. That just would be crazy. So as long as that's never happening with the cyborgs, and Triborg wants to be thrown in there as just a pure gimmicky, fun, like tongue-in-cheek, silly, unlockable, secret unlockable type of thing, whatever. Just do not have it be a replacement for any of the cyborgs. Do not. That's my main gripe with it. And I still say that Triborg should have just been Sektor, as we mentioned earlier. Sektor could have used that opportunity in X. It was already the story was already there, set up for him, teed up for him, and everything. It could have just been him, and they could have done the mournful stuff that people still don't like, and I wouldn't have liked that for Cyrax and Smoke. But at the very least, we're not introducing this concept, and we're also, at the end of the day, it's still Sektor, so it still feels like we got that character in the game, which we didn't even get. So that's my main complaints for him. As far as where I put him, I'm torn between like an F and a low D. But if I go either one of those, if we already have 2 Fs, which I believe we do, we have 2 Fs and a D, I'm not going to be fighting for the... I'm not going to fight for the D. So I'm fine just settling on an F. So, yeah.
I can't believe I'm the generous one. That's depressing. I mean, it's the same problem as the Shokans have.
Yeah.
Stop looking at your character as a selection of potential special moves. The people who love this series, a lot of us love it for the characters.
But Shad,
just because of the
MVC doesn't need the X-Men. They're just functions.
Why would you have like Ryu and Ken and Akuma in a game when you could just like do a quarter circle back and punch and switch between modes? Who needs more than one? Right?
You don't need Magneto, you have Nova.
Just make Shoto Man.
Lord God Almighty.
All right. Well, we've reached a consensus here, though. So now let's start going through the reorganization. So we'll just go tier by tier. Maybe start with the F, and then work our way up, and we'll just kind of try and discuss it and come to some sort of agreement on placements. And that way, anybody that was wondering, how could you go B and not A, or how could they share a tier with this character, as I mentioned at the start of the episode, ultimately, you don't need to look at it like that anymore. Because when we're done reshuffling, somebody that is like at the front of the line of the B is not seen as the same as somebody that's at the back of the line of a B, because look at those as the cusps of being on the tier that they're now next to. So the highest of Bs would be just so close to an A. Whereas, the bottom of the Bs would be so close to a C, and so on. So that's the goal there. As far as the F goes, I think we can all agree Triborg goes probably to the start of this. And then probably Cetrion, then Chronica? Does that seem
I was
fair?
about to suggest exactly this. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
that's
is my
sad, but
spite
it's
vote.
yeah.
Okay. And then as far as the D tier goes, so we could probably keep Tajin No Face towards the back end, but then where do we any opinions so far on? I know we kind of wanted Cobra towards the high end of the D.
Yeah. Of these losers, I do like Cobra and Suhao the most.
Cobra and Suhao, okay. Jackie, I think Jackie still probably deserves to be up towards the higher end.
See, I think.
Faults
I
and
mean,
all.
I disagree with that, but I won't
Yeah,
fight
yeah.
for it.
I think a lot of people would put Jackie high, but I would put her behind Darius and Dairu.
Interesting.
Jackie has done way
Jesus.
more harm than Jerick.
I can't agree
I would
with
not
that.
agree to that. No.
Yeah. She's got her faults, but I still think I think it's easier to save Jack. I don't know, man. That's a rough spot to put her in.
Here's the thing: is that I already have talked about saving Cobra, Suhao, Darius, and Dairu in videos that are on this channel, so I
Sure.
know that I do believe they can be saved. Jackie is a lot harder. I've thought about it, and it was more work.
All right, well, let's leave these three as they are for now, and then we'll go to Dairu, Darius. Any of these others that we feel? Do we want to
I
push
would shove-
Dairu back?
I would shove Geras up a couple of spaces. I would put him next to Jackie.
I guess you.
I don't agree with that
just-
either. I really don't like Geras. Again, it's
can't
like
look
it's not
at Geras without thinking of Chronica.
I force myself to. I do. I truly do. Because I like what he represents more than what I like he's associated with. you
Yeah,
know?
I think until he shows up in one more game, we can't really say. Like, maybe we rework a lot of the time elements of him, and he's more sandy guy. I don't know.
Yeah, but then he's just do Tremor instead.
I don't know. There's not a single hill in D tier I'm willing to die on.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
the thing.
fine. But
I can't
like,
imagine.
Honestly,
man.
maybe we just don't touch it from here.
You know what? I have one more suggestion, and that's bump Moloch up a couple of spaces.
Yeah, that's good. I can get behind that. Moloch does not need to be next to No Face. No, keep going. Don't stop. You're good. No,
Yeah, let's go
you're
there.
good. Wait, keep going. You're good.
You think
I
even
do like
higher?
Moloch more than Geras.
Yeah.
I'm okay here-ish.
Let's
No,
go
a little
there.
more,
Let's
you're
go
almost
there.
there,
Let's
you're
go
almost
there.
there.
We're not putting Moloch above Jackie. All right, let's not get crazy. I know you have a
Poor
strong
Geras.
hatred of
Poor
Jackie. But...
I
Geras.
feel like we're being nice to Jackie for other people's sake rather than that we. Really
No, I
believe
really
it.
don't hate her
I
that much.
I
I
like
legit
Jackie.
like
I thought she
Moloch better
was-
than Jackie.
I don't
I thought she
remember.
was-
It's been a while since we recorded whatever episode she was covered on, but I think I gave her a C. I don't remember giving her a horrible score.
There were some higher scores. They did come from me though.
I think you and Temp were the hardest, and Shad and I probably gave her a C.
I like her. I liked her okay in X. Could have used a bit more work. Liked her way more in 11. She took a couple major steps up for me. What can I say?
All right. As far as the rest, do we want to push Jarek back? Maybe like
Nobody cares.
further back.
It's fine.
Not really,
He and
no. I
Kira
think
should
it's
be
good.
next to each other, whatever you do, because they're the same fucking character.
Should Kira be above Jarek, or does Jarek have enough silliness factor, like
I keep
meme
Jarek
worthy?
above Kira,
Okay.
personally.
How
You know
about
what?
Movado?
You can put Movado before Dairu.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Look, I
That
played
works.
Deadly Alliance the other day with D4, and I started saying you're getting Vadoed, and now I'm a big fan of Movado. I don't know. It just takes the little things sometimes.
Okay.
Not a big fan, really, but it's funny to say.
Again, I think Mocap is inoffensive as a joke character. I would maybe put him higher, but
Yeah, I'd raise mocap as well.
Yeah, we'll go
that's
there.
good.
Yeah. I think the rest of that looks good. Yeah.
Look at all them black dragons.
They
Yep.
just keep coming. All right, let's move up to C. Man. Okay, so who do
So-
we feel like is the lowest of C's? That's probably the
lowest
easiest thing to start
of
first.
these
I mean,
characters-
personally, Devora, but that's
Don't.
me.
God.
I'm being honest. That's my
I know
honest
you're.
to
I'm
God
not
opinion.
asking you not to be honest, but it doesn't mean I have to like it.
Well, we're democracy. Democracy.
I,
What does
so
everyone else
I
think?
would. This is a thinker.
I really feel
who-
like. Okay, lowest of C's here. I'm thinking
Male chameleon maybe gets a little bit
male
lower.
male chameleon or Ferrator.
I
Definitely should
would.
be
So
lower.
here's male chameleon, then Taven, then Ferrator.
So at the back, male
At
chameleon,
the back.
Taven, then Ferrator. Man, we should have split up Farah and Tor. I feel like Tor is bringing her down.
I like Farah less than Tor.
Damn it.
I
Okay,
like
fine.
I
Ferrator
mean-
more than Thor.
Tor doesn't have
There's-
an annoying voice.
So there's only 1.5 hills I would die on here, but I would say it's not a hill, but I do think Chameleon should be higher than Shiva with a C.
Good Lord, no! No,
I
man.
I can't support that.
Yeah, that's crazy talk. Dude.
Shiva better than Chameleon with a C?
He hasn't done
Yes.
anything.
Shiva is a character. He's not.
He's a cool concept. It's just right now
He
he's just a
works for
concept.
Khan.
He's just all the ninjas together, and he works for Khan, and you never see the man.
You have a select screen. Who do you pick, Shiva or Chameleon?
All right, hang on. Put
I mean, it's a fair question, I guess, but it's
mean-
I mean, it's just such an unfair. He has such an advantage just because he has the cool play as all the ninjas. So I agree that he's a cool concept, but like, does he really exist? Is he
There's
an
nothing
actual?
there.
He's better than Meat.
Wait.
yeah, put
God.
meat at the bottom. Put meat at
No,
the bottom.
He's
No.
moist, Shad. He's wet.
no. No.
He can't
He's
be on
okay
carpet.
where he is.
Look, I think meat and male chameleon might be tied. So as long as those are the last two, whichever order you want them to be between themselves, doesn't really matter.
Well, let me get the hill out of the way. The one I don't think Sindel should be that low. I think that's really low.
Oh, I don't think Sindel
Mm.
should be that high.
Yeah, I wonder
Oh,
like
man.
at the best in the middle somewhere. You know what? Let's start. Who's the best? of
Okay, should we
these
go?
Cs?
We should go start at the best then.
I think
Okay,
it's easier
so
to start with the best.
Okay,
I'm gonna
scooch
make it
Kano
a-
up a couple of spots.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Kano to me should be higher on the C's. I think we're definitely fatigued on Kano. There's no getting around that. But historically, he still had some great shit. So he at least should be in like the top 3 up here, if not
feel
towards
like,
the, like actually
I
one.
also
down.
feel like
Ross.
Drummond quite shouldn't be that high.
Yeah, you know what? Like,
Let's just number 1.
okay,
I think
Devora.
so
I'm just
maybe
kidding.
I was gonna say maybe Frost or Rain or
I like
Kotal
Frost. I like Frost
or
there. I like
Shao.
where you're going
Like
with that.
it's between 5 names: Shao Kahn, Kano, Kotal, Frost, and Rain. Those are my 5 contenders for first in the
Okay,
season.
so let's put all those towards the front. So we've got Kotal, we've got Frost, we've got Rain. Who else did you say? Shao Kahn
Shao Kahn and Kano.
and Kano. Okay.
So move like Devora and Scarlett back.
So
a little
let's move Draman back first, up behind the 5 that you mentioned, and then Scarlett. Okay. Okay, so here's the 5. I think
I'm
I think
actually
that's a fair
generally-
5.
I'm actually generally really okay with this, except that I'd maybe flip Rain and Frost.
You think Rain's been handled better than Frost? Cyborg thing
Yeah,
pulling her
yeah.
down a bit.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Okay. I can get on board with this. Should we put Kano above Khan? What's
Hmm.
been more
I don't really know why we have
obtrusive?
Kano so high. Why is Kano above
'Cause
Rain?
Kano's
Why is
not-
Kano above Scarlet?
Because Kano still is like had a lot of good shit over the years. Like good
No,
appearances.
he didn't.
Like,
He actually
Yes,
hasn't.
he did. I'm tired of him now, but he's always entertaining to some
on,
degree.
man.
I like him.
Don't
in
make
the
me defend
context
Kano.
I like Kano in the context of MK1 through 3.
All right, I already
And
lost
Deadly
the Sindel
Alliance.
battle. Like that's
Yeah, and Deadly
unfortunate.
Alliance. I just you gotta. It's a weird thing because Deadly Alliance doesn't even.
Hold
have
on, we
any
haven't
second
fully decided on Sindel. Let's first just figure it out from the top. So
I think having
gotta-
Devora higher than Sindel is insane. I think that is actually insane.
Devora
I
should be below
really-
Sindel.
Then I'll take that. I'll take that compromise and I'll make my peace there.
okay,
Also,
As long as I
Blaze
get
should be-
that.
we'll do this for
Blaze-
now. And we'll keep discussing it and working it out, but just for compromise sake right now.
Blaze should be closer to the back.
Yeah, I agree with that. So let's
Yes.
maybe move him like here.
Tremor maybe higher.
Okay, I
Not
could
by
see-
much.
I don't think Tremor's higher than Striker.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
with Temp on that.
We could
one.
leave him there. That's
I would,
fine.
I would put Motaro back a few spaces then.
So
I
put
think
him back
maybe-
behind Striker.
Maybe
behind
behind
Tremor?
Tremor. What do
Okay.
you guys think?
I mean, he has
Yeah, you
been
know what?
really screwed
This-
over
This works.
the years.
I think we have a solid like back 6.
Okay. And then do we feel like
Um,
Hotaro's maybe a little bit high on the C's given he's done so little and only
Oh,
had...
he stuck by. He was
I would
hiding in the
scooch-
back there.
I would
Yeah,
scooch
he's-
him down a little bit.
Yeah, I was about to say he's
yes.
basically getting away with murder right now. Like, just by being
Below-
inconspicuous.
Definitely below Shiva. I'd say a step below. Yeah, you know what?
Maybe, like, right
around
here? Right here?
around
I would
here.
I would put
Tremor, I
Collector between him and Motaro maybe.
Because I feel like Tremor had a stronger initial showing than Hotaro. If we're just going off X.
Yeah, just
I think that's fair.
that's fair.
I agree with this.
Collector, on the other hand, you think he's worse than Shiva and Striker?
I do think Collector is worse than Shiva and Striker, yes. I think he might be worse than Tremor.
If we put him between Tremor and Hotaru, I won't be upset.
Yeah, I can live with that. As somebody that
That's
likes
fair.
Collector, I think this is okay. Okay. Kungjin, Kai. See, these all feel okay.
Dagon should be moved
back
to
probably back behind these guys, honestly.
yeah, maybe.
That sounds about
maybe
right.
right here in between Collector and Hotaru.
Between Collector and Dagon, what do we think?
I like Hotaru more than Dagon.
Okay, so back here.
That might work.
That's iffy to me, but I'll allow it.
You want to go further back or higher up?
No, I mean, I might. If it was me, I would put Dagon a step above Hotaru, but that's just me.
Okay. I lean Hotaru temp out of the two. Do you have a preference?
No, not really. I guess I prefer Dagon a little more. But I'm not really
it's a coin toss,
married
yeah.
to that.
Yeah.
Hotaru just is not quite as interesting, but they're both about the same in terms of.
Hotaru's got a really his design has a lot of personality to
Design and
gameplay,
gameplay, I would say, whereas Dagon's more story driven.
Dagon has a really good story, but everything else about him is really bland.
So I feel like this is fair then. I think Hotaru edges him out 2 out of the 3 anyways, just barely. Okay, so let's go back, work our way back up. Okay, we've got Kai, Aaron, Devora, Sindel. Is female chameleon maybe a little high or no?
It's
guess kind of maybe.
It's so hard because I'm just so angry about Sindel.
It's not that I think Chameleon's wrong where she is. I just think that Sindel needs to be lower. So much lower.
Oh man, I mean, it's a whole philosophical discussion of how much can the NRS era hurt a character, and I don't think Sindel deserves this. I don't think her whole old timeline just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah,
It's not that it doesn't exist. I just can't even look at it without being bothered.
I still have MK9 Sindel. I still have that gameplay. I can't put her any lower. Now, granted, again, democracy.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
with you,
willing to
Temp.
leave-
Though
I'm
I think
willing to leave
mid
her where-
C. I think mid
I'm
C
willing to leave her
is
where
good.
it is. It's
Middle's good.
Compared
I
to where-
think. Yeah.
compared to where I think she should be if things were going very well. I guess that's low enough, I suppose.
I mean, look, logically, I think that Chameleon would be behind Sindel.
So like this, or should we go even further?
No.
That's fine. I
Okay.
don't like. I like female Chameleon better than I like Devora.
Sure.
I think Aaron could be a little higher.
I'd swap Aaron and Devora, yes.
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Okay. It's not a slope effect though. She's standing right there.
Okay, do we actually want to leave Meat where he is?
Protect
'Cause
my
I was
creepy
kind of-
baby that I am absolutely
Um,
terrified by.
I was kind of kidding about Meat. Meat should probably be down there at the lower end of the
He should be
Cs.
at lower end of C's. I agree with that.
I
So
would
let's
put
go-
him in front of Blaze.
Okay.
Yes.
I can get on board with that. He's probably
Yeah,
getting
prefer-
cooked right now, but yeah,
Yeah,
it probably smells either good or bad. I don't know.
We are preferring Meat to Taven that much. That is sad.
Okay. Do we want Drawman ahead of Scarlett or no?
Drummond should probably be a few spaces back.
Because
I would
Drawman's
maybe
a lot
put
of
him-
unrealized potential.
So personally, I would put him between Aaron and Devora, but I know you're pulling for Devora to not fall too far back.
I think like this is good. I mean,
That's fine.
like right
that's
there.
fine.
Kai and Drawman are both like had good initial
Yeah,
showings, but then
yeah,
they've been
that's-
grossly underutilized so that they
that's
kind of
fine.
fall in the same boat.
I think I would dock Kung Jin maybe 1 point or 2.
Go like here.
I feel like right there
Oops.
seems about right to me. In
Okay.
front of Tremor.
Yep. I can
Alright.
get on board with that. And then so moving up, we have Scarlet, then Frost, then Rain, then Kodal, then Kano, then Khan. We good with that?
Maybe, maybe Kano in front of Khan. I don't know how much I hate current Shao Kahn.
I could flip them.
I would like to flip
I think
them.
that they're both okay where they are.
All
I
right,
think
that sounds
Kano
like-
as a borderline B makes the most sense. Like
That's
being
fair.
I put
That's fair.
Motaro a little bit higher myself,
Okay.
but that's me.
So let's flip these first, and then let's look at Motaro. So you think
Where would you
maybe
put
above
Motaro?
Dagon,
I put him above Tremor.
just based on so we've got MK3 Motaro, we've got movie Motaro, we've got
Two legs Motaro.
Armageddon and MK9 driven through a bridge Motaro. So
Not a lot to work with, man.
no,
You know,
But he's still a
he's
centaur.
fun in Armageddon or in Annihilation. He's fun in Annihilation.
okay. So then ahead of Tremor, you think Tremor or maybe like here?
Maybe in front of Collector.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
That works.
Is that good, Temp? You good with that?
Well, I mean, well, yes. The short answer is yes, but I just notoriously don't like Tremor, but it's fine.
Right.
Like that's
right.
I really need to stress there are hills and there are not hills.
Again-
Motaro's
again,
not a hill.
That's with all of us to a degree. I mean,
We're
I'd still like
trying to
Devora
average
higher, but I'm
between the
not gonna
four
like
of
fight
us,
over
yeah.
something that I know is a losing battle. So like it's okay. It's okay.
Honestly, a lot of these people are more of a tie than a before and after.
Sure. Okay.
I-
So I think this looks strong though. Like this,
I'm
I think
happy with
speaks.
C.
I think this looks way better than where it was before we shuffled it. Like this.
I am generally speaking contented.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
I think if you look at it, those listening, if you look at it from this is borderline B, and then we get down to borderline D, I think you get a much better picture of C tier.
I
Moving
think the
on-
listeners might say, and I would agree with them. I think Rain probably needs to be above Kodal.
Yeah, probably.
okay,
I like Kodal more, but I'm not going to fight for it because he's been so uneven.
sure.
Alright,
It's only
yeah.
one spot. Either way, high C. So
Yeah.
we're good. C
Yeah,
plus.
I'm good with this.
All right, B tier. Okay. So do we want to start at the front again? I feel like that was fruitful. Or do we want to hit it from the back?
All right, Razor, how far down are you willing to let Serena go?
So I gave her an S.
And I gave her an A.
right?
So it was a S, A, B, and C, I think. So we were
Yeah,
all
yeah.
across. Across the board. So that evens out to be B plus, A minus. So she should still be towards the top.
Yeah, she should
Maybe not the
definitely
first one, but
she doesn't have to be the first, but she should be close to it.
yeah, I think top 5. I think is still fair for her. I think figuring out our top 5 was a good strategy last time. So let's organize the 5 that we think are the highest of Bs, like the ones that were close to being As.
This one might be easier if we start from the back.
Okay, bottom 5.
First off, there's no goddamn way that Sonia is below Cassie. Let's just fix that.
Oh yeah, sure. I can get on board with that.
I mean, you guys know my thoughts on Sonya. I can't say anything new on the Sonya front, but I'll take it. I really don't like Sonya.
I
mean, these two might shuffle a little bit further, anyways. I don't see Cassie as a high B. I think she does need to come back a bit, anyways.
I think Baraka I would put closer to the back.
See, I look at like towards the middle.
Because here's the thing. Even
let's
if you're
go
at the
here
back,
for now.
this is the B tier, so it's still a good score.
Yeah, of course. Back, Ashra definitely could come back. I agree with that. As much as I like Ashra, there's just very little there so far. So her towards the back of the Bs, I think is good. We'll go there for now.
I have to bump Raiden up quite a little bit. I know it's not the most
I
ideal
want
thing,
him
but
towards the back, but I'm going to be in the minority.
Let's raise him to the middle for now. Like I said, just let's do baby steps first, and then we can kind of fine tune from there.
I like middle for Raiden. I think middle works good. Reiko could probably go up.
Reiko,
yeah, he's
towards the middle. I think is reasonable. We'll go somewhere like here. I think Tanya could probably come up a little bit.
I mean, from that spot, yes. From that spot for sure.
Yeah,
definitely.
She should definitely be towards middle. So we'll just go like right here for now. Cassie, like I said, probably should come back. She should be more like towards the mid to lower B. So let's just settle on somewhere like right here.
I would shuffle Onaga up a few spaces.
Okay.
Next to Nightwolf, I think.
Yeah, let's go there for now. Who else do we got? So we've got Serena, Quan, Kung Lao. So I feel like just purely from aesthetics, I think Kung Lao and Quan Chi should probably be above Serena.
Agreed.
I do like that bow placing. I think bow should be high.
Yeah, I'm good with higher bow.
You know what? Kung Lao before Quan Chi for me.
Okay, I'm fine with Kung Lao at the front. I mean, he is borderline A. I don't think there's any argument here.
Either works for me.
Same with Quan. I think if they had a good appearance for a couple games, I think they would definitely be viewed as A's.
It's kind of weird to me looking at it now, actually, that we have Shinnok ranked higher than Quan Chi. Just by a bit.
Yeah,
I mean, I like.
I do like him more.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is our list, not the community list. The community would definitely put Quan above Shinnok, and that's okay.
It's not even technically our list. This is all compromises up to this point.
I don't like him a lot more. I think Shinnok at the bottom of the A's and Quan near the top of the B's is enough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're
like
touching.
They're
near. Yeah.
They're stuck with Kung Lao. It works.
My opinion would be different if Quan had never taken off his shirt.
I think Ermac should be in that top 5. I think
once
he
upon a time I would agree. Now I feel like he's okay where he is.
You think?
I am with Shad. I'd keep him where he's at.
Yeah, if I'm the only one thinking. But...
I would move.
So I was gonna think him ahead of Kintaro is where I was gonna suggest.
So I was about to bring up Kintaro because I love the guy, but Kintaro should probably not be where he is right now.
We love him, but
Kintaro should go down some.
He should be towards mid to back. Like as much as we love him, he hasn't been shown that love.
Yeah, he's already in B tier. He's fine. To go down.
Yeah. So maybe let's go somewhere like there. I think is good.
That's okay.
Yeah, I can do mid to low.
Even with MKX, I think I like Ermac better than Sonia and Bo. And I think I might like Sonia better than Bo, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, Ermac at the end of the day, so we've had UMK3 Ermac, we had Deception Ermac, which was amazing. We had 9, which were all great. it wasn't until X that the mummy stuff started. So I feel like we're being a little hard on Ermac. He's still like, to me, he is that borderline A. Like he's just one. He's just that's if that ship was steered in the right direction, he's an easy turn to A. So I feel like I could like that's what I was gonna say is like maybe someone relic here. He's got to be in the top 5.
If it was
It's
me,
an
I
Alien
would.
versus Predator situation for me. Like it's Ermac and Sonia, the two characters I'm probably most not like crazy about right now. So, I go with you guys on whatever.
Okay.
Well, how hard are you
I'm-
pushing for Bo? Is my
I
question.
might swap Sonya
Pretty
and
hard.
Bo, but for temp's sake, I'll leave it be. I guess.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Honestly, the thing that bothers me about Ermac isn't the mummy shit. It's the fact that he just feels so goddamn clunky in
Yeah.
9 and X. It never got across to me right. That's what bothers me.
Yeah, he's got the visual flair, but the gameplay is weird usually. Yeah, like he's fun
Yeah,
to
a
look
lot of
at.
it is the story stuff for me personally, but Ermac. Okay, so here's the thing. Ermac at one point was one of my favorite characters, so I'm okay. I'm more so okay with Ermac. There was a time where I absolutely loved this character. I still think he has one of the best stories in the series. So I would lean towards Ermac.
All right, Ermac above Bo.
No, about Sonya.
Okay, I mean that's
Bo, I
fine.
think, is good. I think Bo has been very consistent.
Sonya's still mid to high B. I think that's still reasonable.
Personally, I would move Bo back a few spaces, but that's just me. So if everybody else is happy with where Bo is, I'm okay.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I
mean,
think he could come back to a mid to high and not be top 4. Personally.
I mean, if it was me, I would swap Sonya and Bo, but like I said, I'm not gonna fight it.
Well,
So it sounds like 3 out of the 4 of us. So can we be there?
I'd maybe put. Okay, so I'd put Havoc above him, but that's just me.
Havoc above Bo?
Yeah.
That one's tougher.
Yeah, I mean, they're close.
I
We
can't
don't
quite
have to do
justify
it.
that.
We don't have to do it. They're
Yeah.
close enough.
Yeah, because I
Bo's
feel
had
like Bo's
several
had
good
better
appearances, and
appearances.
Havoc's running off of 1.
Yeah, that's where I'm
What
at.
is the justification for putting Sonya above Bo? Like, what's the big selling point that puts her above Bo?
I like her.
Yeah, that's the thing of it. Like, I have
I
too many
only
great
don't
memories
like
of
her in X and 11. I like the rest of Sonya.
She's had too much of a fun and entertaining history for me, and
Yeah.
I typically I have a great time with her. I've only gotten sick of her in the last 2-ish games, pretty much. Ever since she started
And-
becoming resting bitch face the character.
And I'll be honest, like as much as we said, Bo Raicho is a great character except for the farting. On some level, the higher he is, the more I feel like we're rewarding Ed Boon for putting farting in a video game.
Well, it's not just that, but I'm also like, look, Temp. I know you're a fan. You appreciate the farts and all that stuff, like just because it's such a weird part of his character. But to me, I would probably still like him more if he didn't. Like I don't mind the vomiting, but the farting just feels like a next level low of like juvenile
Yeah, like the
lowbrow stuff.
It's
weird.
like I always say, the Drunken Master movies are slapstick. They're not toilet humor.
Yeah.
Well, I think Kung Lao needs that. I think Kung Lao needs those farts, but I think the angle is where we're disagreeing. All the pros I'm hearing for Sonya are just unbelievably broad. I'm not hearing any specifics.
I mean, fun gameplay.
But I mean, it
Used
would
to be an
take
amazing
such
story
It would take
character.
such a deep dive to like go into like what she brings things to Johnny. She brings things to the narrative of MK1. Her and Kano actually win interesting places in 3. I love her move set.
Yeah.
There is.
I mean, it would be a
history
deep
there,
dive.
It's getting into the rear view mirror a little bit, like Raiden.
It's
I
just
mean, without doing the deep dive, I definitely disagree on the gameplay. I don't think her gameplay holds up. But well, like if we pick all the hills to die on, we will be here all night.
I mean,
so I'll
it might
take
not
it.
be viable, like, but I don't pick characters that are top tier. I pick characters that I have fun.
I don't even think it's aesthetically interesting. I don't.
I really like the MK3 and versus DC and 9, like the idea of someone who uses gymnastics as their fighting style, and it kind of goes back to like Kimberly was my favorite Power Ranger, and that kind of thing.
I have a lot to say about that, but we'll be here all night, so I'll let it go.
I mean,
there.
it's
I'll-
at the
we'll-
end of
I'll
the
let it
day,
go
it's one
there.
slot. I mean, they're both high Bs. There's no debating that. It's not going to make that big of a difference here.
Are
Then
we
we
happy
have.
with Havoc where he is?
I think historically, Raiden should probably be still one higher than Havoc.
See, I am so unhappy with Raiden. That if you move him a single space forward, I'm gonna be like clenching every muscle sitting in my chair. I'm just not.
You mean like I did 15 minutes ago with Sindel?
Yeah.
If I did it, you can do it too, man. I'm just saying. Havoc's kind of coasting on one appearance. One
yeah.
comic.
Right now,
that didn't get him right.
In this moment, the situation is that Raiden and Cabal are next to each other. And wherever you move them, as long as they're next to each other, it will make sense because they're both characters who should be good, but have been terrible so many times.
What if we took Havoc down 2 pegs, put him next to Tanya?
Honestly, Tanya probably could
Maybe-
be above Havoc, right?
No,
we
no.
feel-
I like Havoc enough. Like, here's the thing. First of all, I want Reiko above Baraka and Tanya. So
Okay.
let's do that first. Now you
would
can
s-
move
okay.
Havoc, and if you move him next to Reiko, we might be fine.
Okay. I think that's good.
I would put Reiko actually above Havoc.
I can see it. It's
Sure. We'll go there. Well, remember, this is
Just-
like mid B territory. That's where we're at right now in this part of the B tier. We're at mid
would
B.
also-
A B for Havoc is good. A B for Tanya is good. A B for Reiko is good. Then you start getting towards the high B. Cabal, Raiden, they're still in like closer to B than high B, but that's where
Yes.
we're getting.
Yeah,
I think that
that's fine.
sounds pretty reasonable.
I'm okay with most of everything up to this point.
I might move Nightwolf ahead of Li Mei.
Temp, thoughts?
No thoughts specifically. I like both those
good with
characters, but a lot of those are very much gameplay.
Oh god, now we have
and,
Li
like,
Mei
in-game
next to
experience,
Onaga.
so.
I was
Oh,
waiting for
man.
it to
With
happen.
this.
I knew it would.
This
Yes.
is
Oh,
exactly what I
God.
need.
That's not-
Nightwolf is great. I love both characters.
Look, this
I'll
is
be fine with
destiny.
it.
This is the way it's meant to be.
Okay.
We should not
It's even
stand in
gross
the
that
way of
Li Mei's
that.
on top. Ugh.
I would swap Baraka.
Well, look, if he was on
and
top, he would crush her.
Tanya.
This is
You think Baraka and Tanya swap?
Oh, no, it has. Ugh.
No?
it's not what I would do.
Okay. We can leave it like that.
I mean, he got
other
such a
people
great
like Baraka. Baraka is a character with a large fan base. I'm just not in it.
I mean, I've always liked the guy, and he got such a great display in 11, where a lot of people really didn't.
He's
So I
looked
feel
good
like
in a
he
lot of
deserves it.
games. I mean, I remember having a lot of fun with Baraka and Deception. And 9, I thought his luck was still decent. And MK versus
If I'm-
DC. And
If I'm being real, if I'm being honest, I'm kind of uncomfortable that he's anywhere like below Reiko or Cabal or even Raiden. To be honest with you,
See, now we're getting into like some fundamental differences between us as people, like whether or not you like the bald needle tooth guy, whether or not you're into an ugly monster character is a big thing.
I just really feel like Havoc is coasting here. I would bump. I would
I'm
bump
with you,
Baraka up
Shad.
1 or 2 spaces.
I'm
here
with you,
at
Shad.
least.
one good appearance versus somebody who's had like probably 4 good appearances and maybe a couple bad appearances. Like I
I
still
think
give it to the
that's-
person that rolled those dice 6 times and was still majority successful than just a one-off.
But by that logic, wouldn't Nightwolf be above Baraka?
I mean, I'm open to all arguments here.
wouldn't- I honestly would not say no to that either.
That's my logic with this whole thing is like if somebody's had 9 appearances and yeah, maybe a couple of them were stinkers, but 7 of them were good to great. That
See,
is
for me,
worth
that's
way more to
generous.
me than somebody
I
who's only had
don't-
1 appearance and was just good because that character wasn't around enough to withstand the rolling those dice as many times as the other characters have.
Right.
It's
but
not hard to have
Baraka-
one good appearance. It's hard to
Well,
have a consistently many good appearances.
Baraka has had more than one good appearance as an opinion, though.
Sure. All of these are opinions, to be fair. I'm just telling you.
I'm making the point that I don't necessarily share that opinion. I've never liked Baraka until 11.
Okay,
Yeah,
so then
I
let's get
always
down.
have.
Let's get down to brass tacks here. So let's maybe go. What if we shuffle both Baraka and Nightwolf just ahead of Reiko?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that, but I also really like Nightwolf.
So let's just look at it and see how we feel about it. And then, do we want Nightwolf ahead of Baraka or behind him?
If we're moving these guys at all, Nightwolf goes ahead of Baraka.
Okay, I like Nightwolf right next to Cabal. You know, the whole
can deal
MK3
with
thing.
this.
Okay, that looks good to me.
This is all right.
Yeah, this
feeling
feels
it?
more natural to me. Like I do
feeling
think
it.
there's a degree of what do you say?
I'm feeling this all the way down, and then we get to Onaga, and then it's Cassie, and then Kintaro, and something feels wrong.
We can switch casting Katara. I'm fine with that.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think there's really any harm there.
And then we have Cassie and Natara and Ashra. Natara and Ashra, I feel, belong together.
Yeah, and Shujinko and Takeda. I feel like the rest of that's good. Do we want Shujinko above the other two? Ashra and Natara, or no?
I feel
I
like
would,
I
but that's
do.
me.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I would go Shujinko, then Ashra, then Natara.
Then Ashra, then Natara, then Takeda. Okay. Don't get punched in the face, Shujinko. She's a little trigger happy. Okay. I like this. This looks right to me. Now back to the front. Are we good with Kung Lao, then Quan, then Serena, then Ermac, then so on and so forth?
You know what? I'm completely and totally happy.
I can live with this.
Yeah, I feel like there's something. We're all getting some compromises out of this. We're all winning to some degree and losing other battles, but it's all minor. It's just little fine tune adjustments. So I think this looks.
I
good.
will say, for the record, I will not contest Razor's love for Serena, but if it was me, she would be right above Tanya next to Havoc. For the record. That's all I'm saying.
I understand your point of view and will not fight you on it. I'm just
Are y'all
saying.
playing chess?
I gave her an
Why are y'all
S.
talking like that?
That's a good shot, good sir.
I move my horse 4 spaces.
It's verbal warfare, mental warfare.
Okay.
Okay, so is there an actual attempt
No,
at
no,
moving
don't
Serena
touch it.
back?
Don't touch
Okay,
it. The B
okay.
is done. We're good.
We're good. No, I agree. The
good.
B is done. Alrighty, then let's move on to the A tier. This one should be a lot easier just because obviously a lot fewer characters. Right off the bat, I'm sure Cyrax doesn't need to be like the cusp of S tier.
I would put Shang first.
Yeah, easily.
I think Shang and Goro should probably be towards the front.
I'm
I
willing to
put Fujin
actually...
over
And
Shang,
Fujin,
but that's fine.
Yeah, Fujin is also a really good pick here.
I would bump Jax up more than a few spaces, actually. I think that Jax should be top 3.
So
I could
hold
see
on, let's
Jax
one thing at a
ahead of
I
time.
like Jax a
Goro.
lot, but not more than Cyrax.
So hold on a second. So between Shang and Fujin, who do we think should be at the front?
Dang.
Well, I think I'm already outvoted. I think they went Shang. I would pick
think
Fujin,
it's
but
Shang.
Okay, then we'll do Shang Fujin.
Love Fujin, but he's just not been in enough.
Do we want Goro ahead of Cyrax? Let's just go one by one. We can kind of.
I'm partial to Cyrax, but again, democracy.
I'm okay with it. Like, I love Goro, but he's had a lot of crap appearances.
Yeah, it's been a real mixed bag with him. Like a lot of really good like defining stuff, like the '95 movie, and then a lot of like just real treating him like trash, like in 9.
Yeah. Okay, so let's leave
For
it for
deception.
now. We'll leave it Cyrax and Goro. Now Jade and Jax. Do we think higher,
Jack-
lower?
For me, Jax ahead of Jade.
Yeah, easy.
All right.
I also say Jax ahead of Goro.
I might say Jax ahead of Goro.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I don't agree with Jade, but that's fine.
Do we want Jade ahead of Goro?
I don't. My love for Jade is designs and gameplay mostly, so I can understand if Goro's ahead. She does not have the lore muscle to deal with Goro.
I would still
Yeah.
put her ahead of Goro just by a hair.
Well, I'll take that. I'll gladly take that.
I would put Goro ahead of Jade, but if it's swings the other way, I'm not upset.
Cyborg, you're gonna be the determining vote then.
That's
I'm okay with it the
tough.
way it is.
Yeah,
I can deal.
that's tough. That's really tough. I could see
I
it
feel
going
pa-
either way. I don't feel passionately one way or the other. I'll say that, but I feel like historically, Goro feels like means more than Jade.
I feel
all
bad
around.
knocking him down any further. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it is. Like this is like one of the few instances where this character is like more of an iconic or a mascot thing actually has some weight for me.
Yeah, he's just such a special place as the first sub
Like
boss.
he's important to the world of Mortal Kombat, whereas you could leave Jade out of an entire universe, and I'm not sure I would notice.
That's
When
pretty
was the
harsh.
last time
It's funny
Goro
though.
was on some box art?
Deception
Has he
or
been on some
Armageddon?
box
I think it
art?
was Armageddon. He was on one of the special edition
one of the
covers.
collector's versions of Armageddon.
Yeah,
Yeah, with Johnny.
with Johnny. Okay, so
Yeah.
then let's just leave it as is. Now, Kenshi, Melina, Reptile, Sektor, so on and
I
so
would
forth.
put Sektor and Reptile above Kenshi, personally.
Yeah, totally.
I would put. I almost want Melina up there either before or after Cyrax.
I don't
I-
think that highly of Melina, but say more.
I'd put her next to Jade, I think.
I would put her right before Jade.
We probably just need to move
So,
Kenshi.
like, right
I
here.
think instead of moving all these characters, just move Kenshi
So, like
down.
here, how does that look for now?
Yeah, that looks good.
I'm
like Jade better
okay
than
with
Melina.
that. Like in terms of story importance, I think that's the right order. I just like Melina's aesthetics more.
Okay, and then just for now, so we're moving Kenshi back a little bit. I think Kenshi should still be above Shinnok. I want to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would
And
put-
then Reptile, would Reptile maybe be best right next to Goro or no?
I like Reptile more than Jade. I might put him ahead of Melina.
He's got like
I
a special
I
place.
actually also would. I
Like
would
right
I
here?
would wedge him right. Yes, that's perfect.
I feel like that's good for him.
Okay.
And then Sektor, Jade, and Melina. Do we like this order?
Here's the weird thing for me about this. I still feel like even after everything that's happened, that Sektor and Cyrax need to be next to each other.
Yeah.
it's not that,
We're
like,
not moving
I feel
Cyrax.
the same way, but I couldn't really like individually fight is Sektor better than Jade, is Sektor better than Melina. Sektor and Cyrax should be next to each other.
Okay, you know what I
God,
do?
That would be
I
rough.
would move Sektor down next to Reptile and move Sektor up next to Melina.
You mean Cyrax down? and
Cyrax next to Reptile.
So like
Sektor-
this here, and then this here, or ahead of Reptile.
Jade got super low really quickly. Is Jade really that
It's
low?
still the
Okay,
A tier.
okay.
It's still the A tier.
I mean, but
okay,
look at these characters, though. I think Jade is better than Melina.
Do we want to move the
don't.
girls up ahead of the Cyber Ninjas?
I
God, Cyrax is falling
hard too, 'cause
fast.
I like Cyrax a lot. So I don't know if that works either.
Here, all right, you guys can just have what you want. Here, let's just put him down.
Come on.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you.
Don't do that.
No, look. Here's
He blew himself up. He's gone. He's off the list.
I think put Reptile behind the Cybers and don't touch it. I think that's fair.
Yeah, okay.
Now,
live with
as
that.
far as Jade and Melina, do we want to make a concession to just put Jade ahead of Melina? Would that make you feel better, Temp?
Okay, who feels Jade is ahead of Melina? Show of hands. We know Temp.
Yeah, who else?
Okay, you know what? Jade hasn't had a fan base that's made me roll my eyes and hasn't had tusks, so let's
See,
give it to her.
I don't
It
want to
is-
hold that kind of thinking against
Yeah.
any. Like, I don't want to.
But if we're going to elevate Sonya because of gameplay,
Look,
why
I'm
are we
gonna-
not going to elevate Jade because of gameplay?
That's
Because
a
I
good
don't
point.
play as
That's a really
Jade.
good point.
Well, that's not my problem.
I play Jade and I'm with Temp on this. Yeah.
Thank you,
Here,
sir.
it's okay. Let's just look
That's
at
my
it.
vote.
Let's just look at it and see if it looks
She's-
right. Just look at it. Sometimes you just gotta look at it. You ever just look at it?
She's such a minor character.
I think
It's
this
in the state, but
works.
stories and everything, and I'm okay with it.
Okay,
Let's
if
leave it.
everybody but me believes in this, then fine.
I'm okay with this. I think I'm okay with this. Yeah.
Is
And I haven't
Fujin
even
too
brought up
high, or are we
Shinnok.
okay
I've
with
taken that
Fujin?
L.
So Fujin, don't touch Fujin.
I
I
don't
think
think
Fujin's
Fujin-
good.
I don't think Shinnok goes any higher. I don't know how you could put him above
No, this is
Kenshi,
no,
Melina,
this
like,
is
etc.
this is the right place for Shinnok.
Still
This
A
is the right
tier.
place for Kenshi. This is the right place
Well,
for
I mean, it's not
Fujin.
Shinnok's not a big deal to me, but why is Kenshi above Shinnok? Say more about that.
Yeah, you know what?
Oh,
I'm with
Because
Temp here.
Kenshi's
Here
more
I would swap them.
consistent.
I would swap
Kenshi
them.
hasn't had a bad appearance yet. I really don't
I
think
don't
he
think
has.
Shinnok technically has either. But
MK4
Shinnok was the main villain of
Wait, I
Armageddon
really
and
don't think
MK4 and
Shinnok-
MKX.
MK4.
You know what? Yeah, I'm flip-flopping here. Fucking... It is true that Shinnok sucked out loud in 4. That's a big point against him. Leave it. Just leave it.
Yeah, Kenshi's
If I
been
can
like
keep
a
Jade above
constant.
Melina,
He's been
I'll take the
consistent.
Shinnok concession.
Yeah, we put Jade above Melina. We already did.
Yeah, then we can. This will
Yeah.
work then.
Like I said, leave it. We're done. A is good. We
Yeah, A
figured
is
it out.
good. I think that's still solid. I mean, that's still very good. And then
Alright.
S tier. So, who goes to the front of the
Sub-Zero first.
line? Sub-Zero,
Sub-Zero.
probably?
Everyone knows
Yeah, Sub-Zero, no doubt.
Sub-Zero goes first. There's no question about this.
Okay. Then Johnny or then Scorpion?
I would say there's Smoker Katana, but that's me.
No, I can't.
Smoke feels a little
can't-
too high to be put in like top 3 in my opinion.
Okay, no, I feel like Smoke is exactly where he needs to be. I say this with full
Ugh.
knowledge of all my characters.
It's still
like,
S minus. I mean,
cons.
that's freaking good, dude. How can you say?
Smoke's
ew?
better than Scorpion, man.
I
can't do that.
I don't think I can support
That's-
Smoke being better than
That's
Scorpion.
rough. That's rough.
People who are watching this are going to say that this guy is coasting, and they're not entirely wrong.
On
can't-
Smoke?
I can't, in good
So here's
conscience,
the
put
Smoke.
above
Smoke is
Scorpion.
good every time he shows up, but there's no follow up. Scorpion is uneven, but has way more follow up.
Yeah. There's been far more like actual story relevance for Scorpion over the years.
If I'm going to put someone below Smoke here, the only
just
one I can put
iconicness and
Noob
just,
Saibot.
like-
And that's it.
I might agree if we're completely divorcing design and gameplay. If we're completely segmenting that out of the picture, I might agree. But I think Smoke at least goes middle S based on design and just how he fights.
Well,
And
so
concept.
I don't.
And legacy.
I don't agree as long as a couple of characters are still like ahead of it. Like I would put.
So, first of all, Liu is a contentious one. Do we want to move Liu back?
I
Well,
don't
Lou's
like-
only in this bracket because of my good gracious. Like my good graces. Like that's the
Not
only reason
give
why
him
he
an S.
made
I
it.
give him an S.
I really feel like
Yeah.
Liu should not be below Noob Saibot, no matter what you're doing.
Okay, well, so then we can firstly do this. Let's just do that.
Let's put Noob last. Because
Okay.
it's still
Okay.
S. It's still S.
Smoke is better than Noob, so I'll take that.
Okay,
Now maybe
so then maybe do
Liu
this.
Liu Kang, maybe.
This, I mean, this is starting to look
Yeah.
pretty good. I think Sub,
I
then
would-
Johnny, then
Johnny needs to come down, in my opinion.
Personally, I would put Johnny
After Katana?
next to Liu. I would put him
Yeah.
maybe after.
so like this.
Yeah.
You
This
know what?
is looking fair to me.
I think I like it.
Yeah, I
All
like
right,
this.
yeah, we can work with this.
So subs. All right. So our overall, are we settling on this?
I'm
Yeah.
happy.
Okay. So then, like our complete rankings of the characters, if you want to go from top to bottom or bottom to top, dead last we have Kronika, then Cetrion, then Triborg, Taja, No Face, Kira, Jarek. Then we have Darius, Dairu, Mocap, Movado, Garrus, Moloch, Jackie, Suhao, Cobra, Male Chameleon, Taven, Ferritor, Blaze, Meat, Dagon, Hotaru, Collector, Motaru, Tremor, Kungjin, Striker, Shiva, Kai, Draman, Devora, Aaron Black, Female Chameleon, Sindel, Scarlett, Frost, Kotal Kahn, Rain, Shao Kahn, Kano. Then we have Takeda, Nitara, Ashra, Shujinko, Cassie, Kentaro, Onaga, Lee Mei, Tanya, Havoc, Reiko, Baraka, Nightwolf, God,
Ball.
Speed Guy. I know my brain is like, it's a lot of names, man. It's a lot of names in a row. Raiden, Speed Guy. It's Shaolin. No, Raiden. It's Raiden, Bo Raicho, Sonia, Ermac, Serena, Quan Chi, Kung Lao, Shinnok, Kenshi, Melina, Jade, Reptile, Sektor, Cyrax, Goro, Jax, Fujin, Shang Tsung, Noob Saibot, Smoke, Johnny, Liu Kang, Scorpion, Katana, Sub-Zero. That would be our top, I don't know, 80 or whatever.
I think it was exactly 80.
Yep. So there you go. There's our list. Let us know what everybody or what you all think in the comments below. And hopefully when it was all said and done, you can, like I said, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing because ultimately it's just our opinions. You getting together with 3 of your friends might get a list that looks similar or different or whatever. I mean, it's all for fun here, but this is how we, the Nethercast, rank these characters. And as I said before, following 12, once the dust has settled there, we'll have to revisit this list as it is and see if anybody shuffles at all within tiers or up a tier, down a tier. Maybe they do something crazy that absolutely just destroys a character, or maybe they salvage a character, or maybe they bring characters back that we haven't seen in forever, like a Reiko and so on and so forth. And that extra appearance, bumps them up a bit. Who knows? But on that note, thanks everybody for tuning in to all 4 parts of this series. Hopefully we've helped kill some time between now and the reveal of MK12, which looks like it's going to be tomorrow. So as you listen to this, or Friday, I guess, technically, it just says it's going to be this week. So hopefully, or maybe it was already revealed. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Maybe, but hopefully not, because I want you to be enjoying this before you're already thinking too hard about 12. But either way, thanks for following us along on this journey. Make sure you like the video and subscribe. And we'll see you later. Next time you hear from us, we're going to be talking some Mortal Kombat 12 reveal stuff. Take care, everybody.
Later, nerds.
It doesn't look like it doesn't look like a middle finger anymore.
Nope. No, it does not.
No, it looks
My
like
personal one still does.
It looks like 2 in the.
Oh yeah, of course.
Have
It's
a
that
nice
thing
day,
Predator
everyone.
You
has.
could say it's a real shocker.
Yeah, take care, guys.
That was pathetic.